now? Hello, everyone. We are so happy that you're joining us here at the first Live and Pledge Drive. Here it is, Sunday, June 6th, 12 o'clock, and the drive is beginning, our first telethon. We are going to have such a treat today, and I want all of you to stay around to enjoy pieces of it. One thing to remember is that the telethon is divided into different segments by the hour. So this first hour, we will be talking to a variety of people. We will be talking to Jimmy Tran. We'll be talking to Ellen. We're going to hear a little speech that was videotaped by Rabbi Dov. And we hope you will have so much fun enjoying all of these. As the afternoon and evening goes on, we're going to have the wonderful pianist, Previn Huditz. After that, it will be Leo Deckelbaum. And then after that will be Talia Timmons, our poster girl for our annual cooking series. All of these will be great. Now, for all of you that have children, we would strongly recommend that you come down to the synagogue because we'll be having Tal Paul, and he'll be doing all kinds of wonderful magic that they will enjoy thoroughly. In addition, the final will be Beth Cohen. I know many of you know Beth. She'll be doing some songs and playing her instruments there at the end. Finally, at the very end, at 6 o'clock, we'll be talking to Steve Diamond, Sarah Egelman, and Susie Savage. They'll be giving us a perspective of what will be going on with the education here at the synagogue. We know you're going to enjoy every minute of it, and we hope that you will stay with us for some of the pieces. What is this all about? Let's talk about that. It's really so wonderful, and you're helping with your subscription. Your subscription can be made in several ways. First, it can be made in one annual swoop. It's so affordable that this would be easily done with one check. The amounts for one person who is a CBI member is $110. For a couple, it's $220, and for a family, it's $330. Very reasonable. This will be the amount that will let you in to the front door of the event. So it's really a bargain that you might come and enjoy a whole year of different events. In addition, we are opening this up always to our non-CBI members. They can join us too. It's exciting, and they can make sure that they join us, have as much fun as we do. A good time could be a good time could be had by all. So I hope you'll stay with us. I'd like to talk just a little bit about how do you make a donation. It's pretty simple. One, if you're coming down to the synagogue, we have the office open. The office will be taking credit cards. They'll also be answering the phone. If you would like to call on the phone, and they'll take your donation there. You can also send in a check to the synagogue, to Anna, and everything will go right through to her, and she'll put it on your monthly charges, or she'll even do the one-time charge, whatever you would like. It's up to you. So one of the things that I'd like to do, I have two things that I really want to talk about before we sit down with Jimmy, talk to him about some of the things he'll do, and also listen to the rabbi and give his message of thanks and encourage you to have a good time this year. So I'd like to talk now about the subscription cup that we have made for this particular event. So here's the subscription cup. I'm going to walk up to the camera a little bit, and Jimmy's going to zoom in on me. Some of this stuff might be a little rough, but bear with us, it will work out. So here we go. Jimmy, how's this? Okay, so here's a wonderful cup. We really took time to design this. In the front of the cup, you're going to see a tree for symbolizing the new life that is coming back to the synagogue after COVID. Not only are we symbolizing the tree, you will see this tree all the way through for 3 years for programming. When you see this, and you'll notice this on the different, when we have an advertisement in the shofar, when you see our posters, you will see 5 Chai, and that is symbolic of bringing life back to Bnai Israel. It's a wonderful idea, and we hope that you will enjoy this. On the back are what is a lovely saying that was developed for us by Carol Maller. Let me read it to you. It says, "Conserving our heritage, building our faith, and inspiring our community." If you know, each one of those phrases starts with the same words for Congregation Bnai Israel. So, conserving our heritage, that, building our faith, and inspiring our community. It's a wonderful phrase to symbolize what we're doing for these next 3 years. It's going to be very exciting. And inside is a beautiful blue enamel, so when you're drinking your coffee or your tea, you can look at this wonderful color. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. So with that, we are now going to ask Jimmy, our super duper techie, to come up, and we're going to talk with him. Am I doing
This is great.
All of you know Jimmy. Jimmy is our techie who has been working Zoom for over a year. He's been such a treat, and he's been there every Kabbalat Shabbat. He's been there every Shabbat. I want you to know that to give this person, this wonderful person, a break, Misha Salsetta Halliday, has actually been his apprentice so that I too can learn how to work all of the machinery. It's quite exciting. So I want to interview Jimmy just for a little bit, so let's ask him some questions. So Jimmy.
I'm very scared.
And you should be. Jimmy, you came to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Where were you before this?
I grew up in Southern California, the Los Angeles area. So I came out here after college, and it was a job assignment working with P&M, actually. It was a contract company that I was working at, was hired by P&M to provide some programming and developing the billing system. So the new bills, the bills that you see, well, that's our work.
That's so exciting. I wish you had failed at that. One of the things I know this much about the past about you is you went to a very nice school, if I'm correct, to learn engineering, correct?
Computer science.
Computer science.
Yeah.
And you worked for a very prestigious company, so you want to tell me just a little bit about that. Who did you work for?
Well, prior to the consulting job that I got, I worked at JPL, NASA, before and during college, and then after college, I left and got a private sector job working at at Cambridge Technology Partners.
Oh, that's fascinating. So after all of this, now we know you're a really smart person. Do I have this right?
Oh, you can assume a lot of things. I try not to open my mouth, as they say, because,
About your education?
No, just in general. I mean, there's that saying, I think it was Abraham Lincoln that said, it's better that people think you're a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. So I live by that premise as much as I can.
When you came to Albuquerque and we went into COVID, you went above and beyond to become our, as I call you, our techie person. The individual who got us through the COVID by putting together Zoom. But you didn't want to put together just a regular Zoom. You wanted to put together a special Zoom that was very intriguing. So give me a little bit of insight on the kind of Zoom that you wanted our membership to see.
Yes, well, Zoom can be very dry and boring, especially if people are just experiencing it for the first time. There's a lot of stuff going on. It can be very distracting as well. And so as Zoom developed and evolved their functionality, we were able to make use of some of that. And some of that feature you'll get to experience tonight as well, today as well in this session. But one of the biggest thing was actually to be able to just allow us to have multiple camera focus and have, just even being able to see things that if you were to actually attend a service or something like that, you can, your focus would be there, as opposed to just looking and watching this kind of, just playing one scene kind of movie. It can get boring.
Yes, so you wanted to put in a variety of different shots so it kept the viewer intrigued with what they were watching, am I right?
Well, more than that, because Jewish prayer is a little bit different than just watching a movie. Jewish prayer is very interactive. And so there's a lot of pieces, a lot of parts, and I really want to also publicly, thank Rabbi Gartenberg, who was, innovative in his approach to segmenting the services so that we had places where we can transition from one part to the other. And that really made a big difference too, in not just on the technical side, but also from the user's experience, or from the participants' experience. Again, because it's interactive, that means that we need the audience and the attendees to participate, not just watching somebody, like in a movie or a performance, because it's not. And so that's really the biggest difference between prayer and service in that way versus just watching something like on live stream. I can't stand, I wouldn't sit there for 3 hours watching a live stream of somebody praying. That doesn't, that seems odd to me, right? But Zoom gives us that interaction and that, interface, and so we can participate, we can say the amen, and it's being a part of that experience.
That's fascinating, really fascinating. Now, one of the things that happened, I think it was about January, you and I became friends and talked and discussed.
We've been friends for a longer time than that.
Okay.
You meant like we started to work together on this project.
Yes, and the project is CBI TV. It grew and it grew, and basically this is a TV station that is run off of smartphones. And
for the most part, yeah.
For the most part, and you will see almost all of the camera work that is done today is done with smartphones, tiny microphones that will catch things, and we have a couple of special cameras. So it's very exciting. We've done several interviews. We've done enough of those things that are very exciting. And we have a variety of programs that will be displayed and shown through the year. One of those things, we have the cooking series. We'll be showing different performers and entertainers that you will enjoy thoroughly. So with that, I want to thank Jimmy. One thing I want to say before I leave, and that is Jimmy does all of this, does all of his camera work. He's here every Friday for Kabbalat Shabbat. He's here every Saturday for Shabbat, putting his creative work together for you. if you would like to honor Jimmy, you can put on your check, on your donation, that you would like this to go to CBI TV and you'd like it to go specifically to Jimmy. And that way, maybe we can get this boy, to me he's a boy, a little bit of money. We would really appreciate it. Once again, give your, please feel free to give Jimmy a little bit and put it in your donation. So with that, I'm gonna say and let Jimmy go back to the pod where we have all of the cords and computers hidden away so that you don't have to look at them. And after this, we're going to hear Rabbi Dov, who made a recording just before he left for his vacation.
Well, thank you,
Thank you,
Misha. This was fun. You know, it's going to be a great day, and I'm looking forward to all the different performers that we have. This is one of the unique things that instead of just regular services and so forth, I mean, we also have opportunity like this to do performances and entertainment, and so certainly that's part of the excitement that we get to do with the CBI TV stuff, and as the audience will get to see a lot of that throughout the day today, and so I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. And now, let's see what Rabbi Dov had to say. I wish I could show you what's going on in our little pod. This place is covered with computers and cords. They're streaming everywhere. We have to be very careful because I have terrible eyesight and I'm terrified that I'm going to fall over them. So anyway, Jimmy, are we ready? Yes? Almost. Almost ready. Hang tight.
Shalom, everyone. This is Rabbi Dov Gartenberg, and I'm here to thank you for coming and supporting this effort, this pledge drive, which aims to build up funds for programs at CBI and also for CBI TV. Enjoy the entertainment that's been organized for today, and have a great time. Be generous. Support this effort and give funds so that we can have some great programs in the coming year. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I can't be with you. I'm on vacation in the Pacific Northwest, but I will contribute as well. So please be generous. Shalom.
Wonderful president. This is Ellen Satz. She's with us. So Ellen, did you want to say hi, or what would you like to do first before I start grilling you?
Oh, hi everyone. Glad to you could make it.
Very good. That's really exciting. Now, Ellen, when you first decided that you wanted to be part of the administrative team for the Board of Trustees, this was, you became the vice president first, right?
Yes.
Then the president-elect, and then you were voted as the president. So what made you want to be that? What about the synagogue drove you to really want to lead us during this time, or just lead us?
Well, I got a call from Ellen Finston asking if I would consider running for president. And at the time I had recently lost my mom, and I really had to think about it. But I decided that Congregation Bnai Israel was very important to me, and I knew it was important to others, so I decided to step up.
You know, that is just really, that's really quite commendable. So you started to be the president, and lo and behold, right in the middle of your presidency, was COVID. So that had to put an enormous strain on you. Tell us about how being the president challenged you during the COVID pandemic.
Well, actually, Misha, COVID happened before I became president. That was like in February, March, and the election for me was in April. So we had to think of how to do a drive-up election. So I had never been president without COVID. So, you know, I was fortunate in that Rabbi Dov knew about Zoom because he had worked in Alaska. And so to reach the far-off people, he used Zoom, and of course Jimmy knew how to put it together. So we were able to step into, a distance services and programming. I think quicker than most. My big worry, when I became president, there were a group of people who wanted us to sell the building. And they met with me even before I was president. And so really the first big decision made by my board was basically saying, no, we are not selling the building. It is not a financially good decision, and it is not a decision that our congregation wants to make.
One of the things that really is quite remarkable about this building, and I know that we were put on
the National Historic Society of Congregations, or it's religious buildings that are unique, and ours is from the 1960s, and it couldn't be replicated for I don't know how much money. I mean, it's gorgeous, it's beautiful, and anybody who has an artistic bone in their body could see it.
Yes, it's just really quite breathtaking. And if any of you have not seen it, I strongly recommend to come. It's quite awing, and it's breathtaking. So I hope that you come and visit if you haven't. So at this moment, we're going to have Vicki come up just for a little bit. This is Vicki. She did a wonderful thing for us, and she made the baskets that we will be giving away for the Nano Trivia event. The Nano Trivia giveaway is the last 3 minutes of the break. We will ask a question, and if you know the answer, let us know. I'll tell you how to do it at the end of the break. If you answer quick enough, you will get one of these wonderful baskets. Now hold on just a minute. Yeah, let's do a basket. So this is such a wonderful basket. Vicki made these, and we have one here for Ellen Satz for being a lovely, lovely president. We've enjoyed working with you and getting through the COVID. It's just delightful, so this is from us to you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Come up here, Vicki. Let's see our face.
Oh, this is a gift from Bnai Israel, and it's from a company, Lev Halom, out of Israel. So it's helps Israel. It's got full of products that are just delightful. Did you want to
A
give her
double
basket?
treat.
Okay, and these baskets have a cup in there and is full of goodies as well. So you're doing a terrific job. We're so lucky to have you at this time as our president.
Thank you so much. I just have to say, I have a fantastic board. They are just wonderful. They step up to the plate. They do their job. I've just been blessed with a wonderful board. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
And I do want to give, this is my check for the CBI Pledge Drive.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Set a good example.
Thank you, setting a good example. So,
Should I stay here or?
Yes, why don't you stay here? Hold on. So one of the problems we have right now is it's 12:29, and we thought this was going to go until 12:50. So just for a moment, we're going to bring up some of our other volunteers. So the first one I want to bring up, go ahead. We enjoyed talking to you. I'm going to bring up one of the other
Okay,
volunteers.
thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Let's bring up Susie Savage. Susie, come up, sit down. I am so glad I have this opportunity right now.
You're making me nervous.
Oh, Susie was so fortunate. Not so fortunate, I was so fortunate because Susie, when I called her, I said, Susie, I need a production assistant. And she said, okay, without even knowing what it was. And she said, what do I have to do? So
I'm still not sure what I'm doing.
the good news about Susie is she's very, very organized. And
You think, tell my mother that. She goes into my office and looks every 10 minutes and says, and she makes my bed anyway. And I said, no, you can't. I know. You can't let her, I can't let her into my office. I'm not organized, but thank you for the compliment.
What she's doing is keeping track of everyone. She makes sure that they get on stage, that she knows the schedule well and the script. She makes sure that people are mic'd up and that everything is done very, very carefully so that this experience for you is a wonderful experience and it's seamless. During this time, Jimmy and I have really made the effort to make a production that is excellent. And the excellence has to do with being there, having different camera shots, doing a number of things that will make this a wonderful production. So I want to say thank you. Susie, you have been great. I want to tell you one thing. When Susie came on, she said, I'm going to wear a green shirt. And I said, no, you can't wear a green shirt. Because when you wear a green shirt, it has this odd
Aura.
And it turns everyone's hair green and their face green. So you can't wear green on the set. It's too funny. It's too funny.
So I had to borrow a shirt from my sister.
Oh.
Yeah, this is my sister Nancy's shirt. I really like it. I like the Asian look.
Now I want everybody to give her a clap. She did a good job. Thank you. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure to work with you, Misha, and with Jimmy. And
Thank
it's
you
a lot
so
of fun. We've had some good times already. I'm
Yes.
looking forward to having this synagogue fill up with all our people that are going to be donating and subscribing to our program. It's exciting.
It is exciting. It is exciting. So let's see what is going on now. We're gonna take a break. It's a very brief break.
She has it down to like 1:07. Okay, so time hack. All right. How many minutes do we get, Mish?
You get about 10 minutes.
Oh,
And
wow. Okay, we're not so specific now.
we get about 10 minutes, and during that 10 minutes, go ahead, get up. We have snacks. Do we have snacks downstairs?
We do.
Okay, we have snacks downstairs. We have water, apple juice. We also have different cookies and little different things, little sun chips. that are in bags. There's some cheese that's all wrapped up. All of this is wonderful, and we truly hope that you'll come and enjoy yourself. As well as I can say, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. During that 10 minutes, as I said, please have a snack and also take the time to sign up for your subscription, or if you want, you can also go ahead and
Look at the.
Jimmy's over here signaling to me. Go ahead and you can do a monthly subscription. We look forward to it. We have Beth Stewart on the phone. We have Anna here on the phone. They'll take your credit card and run it through. Whatever you would like to give. There are a number of events that you can sponsor that will be wonderful throughout the year. So we're going to take a break right now, and we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
About 10 minutes. All right.
All right. Are we ready, Jimmy?
Are we on break, Jimmy, or is this a hot mic that we want to be careful with?
Up ahead is Previn Huditz. He'll be coming out about 1 o'clock. Now, what I'd like to talk about before Previn comes on is some of the things that CBI TV needs, and this also includes the programming initiative. The programming initiative, CBI TV, is committed to bringing wonderful programming to the synagogue. The programming initiative has many wonderful programs designed for you to do. One of the first ones that will be happening is the BYOB picnic. The BYO picnic actually means bring your own blanket, which we would love you to do. You can bring your family. We will be supplying all of the drinks. We'll be supplying snacks. We're also going to have the men's club there, and they will be selling hot dogs for minimal amounts, $2. So if you don't want to bring your own picnic, you can stay there and you can have a hot dog. Yes, you'll get to see Jimmy Tran behind the barbecue, the grill, and he'll be roasting your hot dogs for you. Now, where is this going to be? I have taken so much time to make sure this is a wonderful picnic for you. And I've tried to address everything that our synagogue needs. The first thing is it's in a wonderful park called Tydex. The park is right next to the Natural Museum of History. So if you want to go see the museum afterwards or see it before, you can do that and then come over to the park, walk over there, and have the picnic with us. In addition, there are 2 playgrounds. One is a toddler playground with delightful slides, and it's very small, easy for mothers to watch their children. The other playground is actually, I would call it young adult or adult. Now, the interesting thing about that is they have all of their equipment is actually obstacle course equipment. So it's exciting to do it for all of us. I would strongly recommend for those of you that are a little more athletic to please come by and you'll enjoy yourself there. It's a wonderful opportunity. All of the sidewalks, all of the paths through the park are concrete, so it will be easy for all of our members to get to where we need to go. And then from there, you can sit down. I'd like to put up a tent and have chairs and tables so that if you don't want to sit on the ground, which many of us don't, you'll have an opportunity to sit on chairs that have been brought out for you, and it'll be very easy to locate us because we'll have a tent. So our first event will be the picnic on July 28th. Is that a Sunday? Is it 28th? Somebody look this up for me. What day is July 28th? It will be on a Sunday, and we would love to see you there. We will also have a magician who will be strolling through. Everything that the programming initiative is involved with is making memories. Bring your children and you'll have a fabulous time. So hold on one moment. Let me check the time. It's 12:53. What?
25th.
It's the 25th. Sorry, it's on a Sunday. Thank you, Jimmy Tran. So from here, it's 12:53. We've got about 5 minutes before the official first nano trivia game, nano trivia question. So I'm going to talk a little about the nano trivia question. Excuse me. The nano trivia question will be one question related to the next event. This will be a delight because You may not know the answer. We've tried to develop questions that are related to the segment that is coming up, but for the most part, it will have to be something either one, you know immediately, or number two, I'm going to say you can use your smartphone to find the answer. So when you're ready, we will do this with the baskets. We will save it, and you can get it later. Please don't wait too long because they have oranges in them, and you wouldn't want to let your orange go bad. So just a moment, we're going to start this. We're waiting for a couple of people to come into the sanctuary, and we'll see you then. Jimmy will give me about 2 minutes, and we'll go from there. We'll see you in about 2 minutes. Hold on. thank you for joining us again. We're back here for the first segment. This segment, I'm very excited to say, has Previn Huditz. As you know, Previn was one of our stars for Voices of the Tribe that happened last year. Am I right, Previn?
Yes, Michelle.
Last year in January. Now, I know this is an odd picture, but this is actually Previn Huditz in costume before he plays the piano. So, Previn.
These are my normal clothes.
Previn, why don't you explain your glasses to us?
Well, they're not prescription really. They're more just so I can see things in a new way.
These are quite interesting. Now, this is fascinating. I'm really not quite sure how it goes. So they flip up. Let me see.
Well, yes, so that I can see a bit better. And this I can, there's a lovely pattern that comes on the top there. And then like this for a slightly clearer view when I'm playing the piano and such.
You better not play the piano with those.
Well, I could take them off, I suppose.
Yes, you could, but don't worry about it. We're only going to talk for a few minutes. Okay. So I'd like to talk to Previn about some of the things that he does, how he got into music, where he started out with this music. So let's start with that. Previn, tell me about you were a musician and you started very early. Tell me when that happened.
Yes, I was a year and a half old, and my parents got me one of those tiny 12-note little keyboards, and so I was playing on that for a while, and you know, I didn't really compose a lot on it, really. I suppose it was improv at that age. And then when I was about 4, my father took us to see Cats, the musical, by Andrew Lloyd Webber. And it was wonderful. And we got home, and on the piano, which by then was an 88-key piano, I sort of plunked through the notes of memory, from Cats. And thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. We appreciate that.
And then, naturally, since I played that on piano, I got violin lessons.
You got violin lessons, but you missed the piano? Or do you play violin? I don't think
Very
I've ever
poorly.
Very poorly.
Yes. But, you know, we jogged around a little bit from violin to piano to viola to piano to singing to piano. And, you know, always seemed to come back to piano.
I just want to talk a little tiny bit about Previn. So Previn and I have been friends for quite a while. I don't know, I'm sure a lot of you know that. I was very fortunate to hear him play. He's an extraordinary player, which means, of course, we always stayed friends. I'm a music aficionado. I just love to hear him play. Now, one of the things that I know about Previn is he did go to school to get a graduate, to do graduate work
I did do graduate work in composition, yes.
Okay, so tell me about that. Did you get your, I think in music they don't have masters and PhDs. Is that
They
correct?
do, they do.
Okay.
No, I didn't finish the master's degree. I got about halfway through, I suppose, before I moved on to other things.
For other things. Now, one of the other things that Previn did is he actually made an opera. The name of the opera is?
Salem, 1692. There was a playwright and librettist. His name is William Tremblay, very talented man. And I assisted with the libretto and did the composition of the music. So together we created this opera about the Salem witch trials of 1692.
Which is a very fascinating thing. I'm going to let Previn just talk for a tiny bit about the theme and the plot for this, so let me let him go. Go ahead.
Well, we did base it somewhat on historical records and court documents, and there were a few phrases that we plucked from there and used as libretto. We also used people's names who were there at the time. For instance, Richard and Nathaniel Saltonstall, to name a few. Notably, the only dissenter on the Board of Magistrates against convicting people as witches. And so ahead of his time, I think, or perhaps the right man for the time. And so, of course, there was a lot of animosity at that time. There was a land grab, and then, of course, they'd been eating rye that had gone to mold, and so they were hallucinating from the agate poisoning come spring. So Valentine, when our bit starts, that's when it started getting a bit difficult for them, and it sort of crescendoed over the summer until there were, sadly, many convictions, hangings, no burnings, and Giles Corey, a man, was crushed to death by a barn door. It's quite tragic. And then there was even a child, Dorcas Good, daughter of Sarah Good. Dorcas was imprisoned for witchcraft, if you can believe it or not. And they used something called spectral evidence. So you could claim that someone's spectre came to you, even if they were on the other side of town with 12 witnesses around them. And that was admissible in court at the time, or asked for court.
What is a spectre?
It's a bit of nonsense, really. Spectre is when you would claim that you saw someone's image or ghost, even though they were perfectly well, just, sitting at the pub, Bridget Bishop's Tavern perhaps, across town with lots of people around them. You could claim, even though they were there, and even though there were witnesses there, that somehow magically that spectre or ghost had come and tormented you on the other side of town.
That's fascinating. So at this moment, I am going to ask Previn to remove his glasses and your yarmulke dropped off. This is such a fascinating set of
Do you have a
glasses.
head covering?
Well, I'm going to ask you to take that off because I know your music is so wonderful. Is that okay?
Well, if I can find the yarmulke.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and look at that? This is so funny. So, you don't need both.
Just the one.
Hold on.
Thank you, Jimmy.
So you're going to do a variety of selections for us.
Yes.
Okay, so why don't you tell me what some of the selections are?
Absolutely. We will be doing some from Frank Lesser, Albuquerque Lady, made famous by Frank Sinatra. We will be doing a number of others, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. We will be doing some Gershwin, Porgy and Bess, Leonard Bernstein, and Stephen Sondheim, West Side Story, Maria, and a few others. A bit more modern, one of them at least, a lullaby of sorts that one might sing on the river to a younger brother, perhaps.
That's very good. Tell me a little bit about your home life. I know that you have several children. They also happen to be my grandchildren.
Remarkable coincidence, yes. Two children, a daughter and a son, who are the lights of my life, and they are wonderfully creative. They're, in fact, as I was leaving them with the babysitter, working on creating their own books. My daughter about a phoenix and a dragon, and my son about an army of crocodiles, I believe.
An army of crocodiles.
Yes.
That sounds fascinating.
He's 5, yes.
Those are important things that need to be,
Stories that must be told.
yes,
Yes.
stories that must be told. So tell me, how long did it take you to really become professional at the piano?
I will let you know when that happens.
Okay, so that sounds great. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will enjoy this. We are going to let Previn sit down and do his wonderful talent. So in just a moment, we'll start with that. Previn?
Thank you, Michelle.
I'm going to go up there just for a second while he puts his notebook up here. Here we go, hold on. I'm going to bring this over to the camera first. Can you zero in on that? Okay, hold on. Have you got it? Okay. I'm going to pass this around, but if you will notice, there are only lyrics here. So all of the melody, all of the playing of the piano, Previn is doing by memory. So it's quite fascinating that he has this kind of talent. I'm going to go around, I'm going to pass this around, and you will see it's quite fun. This is the only thing that he has up here.
Well, thank you for joining us today. Let's see, shall we start or end with the special thing?
Let's put it in the middle.
All right, sounds good. Sounds good. Our first song. We're feeling lucky today, are we? This is a song composed by Frank Lesser and made famous by someone named Frank Sinatra. They call you Lady Luck, but there is room for doubt. At times you have a very unladylike way of running out. Your honest date with me, the pickings have been lush. And yet before this evening is over, you might give me the brush. You might forget your manners, you might refuse to stay. And so the best that I can do is pray. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck if you've ever been a lady to begin with. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck let a gentleman see just how nice a dame you can be. I know you've treated all the guys you've been with. Luck be a lady with me. Lady doesn't leave her escort. It isn't fair, it isn't nice. A lady doesn't wander all over the room and blow on some other guy's dice. So let's keep this party polite. Never move out of my sight. Stick with me, baby, I'm the fella you came in with. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck let a gentleman see just how nice a dame you can be. I know the way you've treated other guys you've been with, but luck be a lady with me. Luck be a lady, luck be a lady, luck be a lady tonight. Thank you. Our next song here is by Irving Berlin. Prolific, you might know Irving Berlin from such tunes as White Christmas. We will not be singing that today, as it is nowhere near Christmas, and we don't celebrate Christmas in synagogues as far as I'm aware. So, Puttin' on the Ritz is what we'll be singing today. If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where fashion sits? Putting on the Ritz. Different types who wear a day coat, pants with stripes and cutaway coats, perfect fits. Putting on the Ritz. Dressed up like $1 million trooper, trying hard to look like Gary Cooper. Do you all remember who Gary Cooper is? Well, he was super duper. Dressed up like marshmallows with sticks and umbrellas in their midst. Putting on the Ritz. Have you seen the well-to-do up and down Park Avenue on that famous day super duper. If you're poor and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go old-fashioned sense? Go to hundreds.
So, is it a little bit hard to hear him? It seems like the piano is
Was that a bit quiet?
for him.
Let's see. Perhaps can you hear me better if I move this up a bit?
I think so.
Is this more audible? Is that better? Yes? Better? Louder? More? There. Oh, okay. All right.
Previn,
Yes.
I'm going to take a moment
Oh,
here.
of course.
Who is this?
This is a song written by Leonard Bernstein and Stephen Sondheim from, you may be familiar with the story, West Side Story. And this particular tune is most beautiful sound I ever heard. Maria, 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 Maria. All the beautiful sounds in the world in a single word. Maria, 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 Maria. Maria, Maria, Maria. I've just met a girl named Maria, and suddenly that name will never be the same to me. Maria, I've just kissed a girl named Maria, and suddenly I found how wonderful a sound can be. Maria, say it loud and there's music playing. Say it soft and it's almost like praying. Maria, I'll never stop saying most beautiful sound I ever heard. Maria, 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 Maria. I've just met a girl named Maria. Thank you. One of my favorites. One of my favorites. And this next song is by a group, two people, E.Y. Harburg and Harold Arlen. This is from The Wizard of Oz, and this is Somewhere Over the Rainbow. There have been many different versions of this song through the years, from the original, sung by Judy Garland in the show, I'm sure you've all seen it, to a more recent version sung by a man named Iz, short for Israel, who lived in the Hawaiian Islands.
Oh, I love that one. So I'm just going to stop for a moment.
Yes.
I'm sure all of you know that many musicians, many critics feel that Broadway was made by Jewish composers, which I thought was fascinating to hear that. It's really quite unusual. And as you can hear here in this song and these words, that there was such a huge influence and prolific composers and lyricists throughout Broadway. One of the other things I'd like to talk about is we did Voices of the Tribe in January of last year. It was an extraordinary event, I'm sure all of you remember. We are going to repeat that once again with Previn. We're going to get a female singer for him, and Clarissa also will be part of the team. Wonderful. It'll be really wonderful. I think everyone was so touched by everything that was done. And you will, I hope all of you will come. Once again, this is part of the package that comes with having a subscription to the programming initiative. You would get in for free, and it's just really a wonderful event to attend to. One of the things I also want to talk about a little bit is for those donors who make the top 10 donors for the pledge drive, we will be having a brunch, a special brunch for them to appreciate the donors. This is going to be happening on August 1st. It will be, as I said, a brunch. You'll be able to go into the Adler Lounge. Once again, you know how I am. Let's transform the room into something very special. It's going to be a Russian tea room, if you can imagine. So all of the food will be Russian. We're going to be having beef stroganoff and poached fish.
But when you're eating and drinking, you do not have to be Russian.
You don't have to be Russian. It's very exciting. We're going to have Beth Cohen playing the balalaika. It will be a delightful event. Lynn Freeman and I have been working on the menu for, I think, a month of choosing, well, it's this, well, it's that, lots of some interesting appetizers. It's been really a treat. So please, of course, as I said, it's the top donors, and I hope that you will join us. It'll be fun. So, what is your next sign? What is your next song?
The next song, I believe, the piece by Harburg and Ireland, Somewhere Over the Rainbow.
But fly over the rainbow. Why then, oh, I can't tell. If happy little bluebirds fly beyond the rainbow, why, oh, why can't I?
Hold on. Hold on just a minute. So, what else we're going?
This and this. Would we like to do the...
Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to get on here just for a moment. There's this wonderful game that we play that we just love. We are hearing that there is a blue line on the monitor. So Jimmy, can we take care of that? Larry is very good about telling me if there's a blue line on the monitor. He's excellent. Okay, we've got it. To all of the people on Zoom, and I know there are a number of you, to all of the people on Zoom, thank you for joining us today. As I said a little bit ago, you can call in with your donation, and we have people in the office that will be more than happy to take it for you. So once again, call in. We have a lot of great entertainment for you through the whole day. So back to this. Previn is going to do one of my favorite things, and people on Zoom, this will also include you. Hold on, please unmute, because we will need to be able to talk to someone, and we will need to hear from someone a little part of this. This is a group participation piece.
Indeed. We'll need 3 volunteers. Susie? Ah, merci beaucoup.
Do you want to, Susie, why don't you come up? Just
So,
for
yes,
a little bit.
join us.
Oh, jeez. With the doll.
And do we have another volunteer?
What did the doll pledge?
She's gonna be the grand prize winner.
Oh, look, Anna from...
Bonjour, ça va
Who
bien?
would we like from the audience to participate? Alan? Alan? Okay.
All right, Alan, join us up here.
Come on. Alan, come on up.
Come on up.
Yes, we get to go up. And we need one person.
From Zoom.
We need one person from Zoom. Who is that going to be? Who? Oh,
Lovely.
Betty
All right.
Harvey. Betty, can we hear you? Hold on just a moment.
I like your selections.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
May I would really like to audition.
Yes, yes, you
Sing. Oh, perfect.
Not bad,
And then-
not bad.
I did do that.
Lovely, lovely. You're in.
Okay, just a moment. Can we get, what?
Voice box cancer, so I can't do that.
Hello, Zoom
No
people.
singing required.
You wouldn't like what you heard.
All they have to do is give a number. They're not
So,
singing.
you can pick a number between 1 and 12, or a color. Yes.
Us?
Yes. Everyone who's a volunteer.
Between 1 and 12?
Any number between 1 and 12.
14.
Okay.
14? That's,
So
Try
in that
again.
case, we can use 14. Bach used to spell his name by just going up and continuing. So that would be 12, 13, 14, B flat. And a number between 1 and 12 or a color, sir.
Turquoise.
Turquoise. So that is somewhat green and blue. So green would be F and blue would be G. So turquoise we'll have right in the middle. F sharp, G flat.
B flat, F sharp.
Okay, so we need one more. Have you got anybody on there, Jimmy?
Oh, Joel.
All right, Joel.
And Joel's a musician.
Number between 1 and 12 or a color.
What does Joel say?
All of our counties are turquoise now.
Okay, I tell you what, Joel, just come on. Hold on. Joel, please unmute. This is so funny. Previn.
So while we're waiting, let me just
Yes, why
explain
don't you
how this
explain
works.
the whole thing about the numbers and the colors?
The numbers are pretty straightforward. Each of these has a number. Each number in the chromatic scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And the colors, if you divide a color by 2 enough, you get a note. Because notes are vibrating slower than colors. And so
Education.
you would have A is purple, B is white, C is red, then orange on D, yellow on E, green on F, blue on G, and so that's where we get our turquoise,
Oh,
right between.
Okay, good.
there's not a test.
No test.
Both of you had to choose different sorts of things, not just blue, not just green. The two of you, you have to be creative. Did we get someone from Zoom? They're being shy.
Well, we just need a number or color.
All right, somebody from the audience. 20.
Number 1. You need a color?
12. Okay, 12.
12, all right. So this is yours, 14.
14.
This is yours, turquoise. And this is 12. And we will turn it into a song as much as we can. You did.
Wow, that
That
was
is
awesome.
directly
Thank you.
derived from your contribution.
That was
So thank you very
beautiful.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you for helping make the music come alive.
Stunning. You did a good job.
Awesome.
Did they show Alan on the? Did they show Alan on the screen?
Yes, Ellen was on the screen.
Oh. Was that somebody from Zoom who just talked? Okay.
So thank you. That's always one of my favorite things to do. So I appreciate you playing along and humoring me. Thank you.
The first time doing.
First time all counties are turquoise.
Oh,
Oh, is that where you came up with that color? Or the? Yeah, it was like
wonderful.
turquoise. Yay! I'm very excited. All right, what is your next song, Prabhat?
The next song here, it's by Stephen Orchard from The Prince of Egypt. Has anyone seen Prince of Egypt, the movie?
Oh,
Beautiful animation, beautiful music.
beautiful story. Just
It's the
beautiful.
story of Moses and the exodus of the Jewish people from Egypt.
And the music from it is truly stunning. Let me interrupt just for a second.
Of course.
One of the things that I do want to do is make a movie night. So we are going to purchase, or one of the things I'm working at is purchasing a screen. People will go out and into the parking lot and you can watch from your car, or you can come out and we'll have chairs. We'll have all kinds of different things. There's, what? Okay, 2 big screens or a bigger screen. It's going to have to be quite large. One of the movies that I want to show is Prince of Egypt. Quite honestly, it is a stunning, stunning music, and when they do the 10, is it that right? The 10, what is
Plagues of Egypt.
The 10 plagues. It's amazing to watch. So please, if you have the opportunity, come to movie night at a drive-in movie, and we'll have popcorn, once again hot dogs, popcorn and candy and all of the things that you remember from drive-in movie night. That's not, I'll ask that later. All right, so Previn, River Lullaby, one of my favorites.
Sleep as a
know, one of my all-time favorite songs that you do.
Thank you, mine as well.
Yes. What is your next song?
Next and last song that I have on the docket for today is by George Gershwin from Porgy and Bess. When it felt apropos for the season, the title is Summertime. I'd like to thank you all. This was a lovely experience. I hope you enjoyed it as well. And thank you, Michelle, for having me here.
Ooh, we have one more little thing. One little more thing. Little more. Hold on. I have to check and see. Am I in the right place? One down? Okay. So, one of the things we're going to be doing is asking if anybody has questions of Previn, and we will be more than happy to answer them. So, does anybody have any questions here in the audience? Susie.
I'd like to know, are you working on a new opera?
So, one of the things that Susie has asked is Previn working on a new opera?
That's an excellent question, Susie, and one I ask myself all the time. There's been a number of attempts. Although life gets a bit lifey every now and again, and so I haven't done quite as much writing musically, and instead found myself just doing the occasional novel.
One of the, Previn is quite a Renaissance man. He also does drawing, and he's excellent at it. And he does writing. He's written 2 novels. Very cool, very cool. Okay, let's have another question. Do we have a question from Zoom? Do we have a question from Zoom? I'm asking. Are they still being quiet? Okay. Does anybody have a question out here?
Let's have a concert in August. Those will be you're here. She's here.
So you want a concert in August? Okay.
Sounds
you know,
good.
the donors brunch is actually in August. It's August 1st. So maybe we can convince Previn to come back, do a short little concert, and it would be great. What do you think, Larry? Okay, that would be great. Sounds wonderful. So with that, hold on. We have a 10-minute break. One little note that I'd like to let you know, which I'm very excited about. I was just told that we are getting a number of calls on PayPal and in the office making donations. This is very exciting. We are hoping to make about $11,000 to $12,000. If we do that, we will be having wonderful events every month that all of you can enjoy. Right now, one of the things that I'm particularly interested in, what I'm hoping for the programming initiative, is that we can bring joy again into the synagogue. It's been a really tough year, and the programs that we're working on are programs that bring the community back together. They're the kinds of programs that make you sing and make you happy. So please join us. For the next program will be in July. Right after this, right after the break, we have a wonderful person who I love dearly. His name is Leo Deckelbaum. He tells stories.
That's so wonderful.
He does, doesn't he? He tells wonderful stories about being a Jewish boy, and you will enjoy it. So I hope you all please stay. 10-minute break, and we'll see you at 1:57 for the magic trivia question. Thank you.
Thank you.
first thing I'm going to do is ask our Zoom participants to please unmute yourself. Jimmy, are they unmuted? Okay, please unmute yourself. You are now, we also, if you are on Zoom and you think you know, and you know the answer to the question, please, as I said, unmute yourself. Yell at us. Wave your arms like this that you have the answer. The next thing is we are going to the audience once again. Please yell out, say, I've got it, and we'll go from there. All right, so let's see. Let's see if you've got it. Okay, here is the question. What Jewish composer wrote White Christmas? I know that you did it first. Well, I don't know. I think it was a tie because Kim said it and then you said it, Alan. So what are we going to do about this, folks? Should they both get a... Okay, so both of you will get a basket. Here we go.
It wasn't Beethoven?
Okay, come over here. So, stay towards the camera. This is the line. Okay. All right.
One gift for permanent.
These were made by Vicky Camerlingo. One of the things you will notice in this is there are all kinds of products, cookies and things like that. They're from Israel, but they're all in Hebrew. I haven't got a clue what the product is. I'm just looking at it and going, I don't know. You can't tell how many calories are in there, what the ingredients are. But you don't want to know. And Susie says, we don't want to know. So I have someone who's a smart aleck over here. Susie, can you come up here a little closer?
Oh, okay. How close do you want?
A little closer. So Susie is bringing her chair right over here. My assistant, we're thinking of going out on the road as a duo comedy team. All right, so here is my dear friend, Leo Deckelbaum. The first thing I met with Leo is we have, I don't know if anybody knows this, but we have a retreat center up near Taos, New Mexico. At the retreat center, we get a number of different sorts of guests. And one of the popular kind of guests that we get are hikers. It's an area that has lots and lots of pathways and hills, and you can go up into the mountains and come down. It's really quite exciting. So Leo had come to visit, although he didn't come to visit because he wanted to hike. He had come to visit because...
I was backpacking.
Are you going to talk?
Oh, sure. I was backpacking.
You were backpacking. I thought you had hurt your foot and you needed to kind of settle down.
Your cousin Mike invited me backpacking, which he overdid it and hurt my foot on it. So then I ended up with the cabin and started helping you fix some things, and then we became friends.
Okay, now the first thing is can you hear him?
Just barely.
Okay.
Okay, so Jimmy, can you turn up his mic in English?
I can speak up.
Okay,
Yeah.
or we can get it closer to you.
No problem.
Okay, so he hurt his foot, he needed to stay 1 day, then he needed to stay 2 days, and he was just a treat to have there. He asked, can I stay a couple more days? I said, sure, do you know how to fix things? And his eyes lit up. So for the next month, he fixed things, and I had a number of things to be fixed, and he stayed for about a month. After all of that time, we became very close friends. Now, this is how one of the interesting things happened. We were driving to Taos to get hardware supplies to fix one of the doors on the ranch in the cabin. He said, we started talking, and he said, "Do you listen to podcasts?" I said, "No, I don't listen to podcasts." "Oh, well, have I ever told you that I had 3 bar mitzvahs?" And I went, "What?" And from that point, he told me part of this story, and he talked to me about what is a storyteller. They are just wonderful. So what he does is he's an extraordinary writer, and he writes stories about his childhood. Now, there is something very unique about this particular presentation. I'd like to let him talk a little bit about it.
Sure. Well, we all have Jewish mothers, I assume, in one form or the other. She plays a pivotal character in all these. I had an interesting childhood. My mother was a singing ventriloquist and performer, and also religion was a huge part of her life. And yeah, I had 3 bar mitzvahs. There were other experiences I'm going to tell here about seders and going to synagogue. And it's, it just presents itself. And there's something really magical about this art form of taking your life, and everyone has stories that are important to them. It's a matter of communicating it and turning it into a performance piece and a narrative form. It also allows us to tell the tales of people who have passed when they were younger, of their relatives when we were children, let that live on and breathe life into it.
And I'm going to try and get you as close as I can.
Okay.
Yeah, how close?
Closer?
That's,
Okay.
Is that better? Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Is this working? No. So with no more ado, I'd like to present Leo Deckelbaum and stories of his childhood.
Yeah. Most children get 1 bar mitzvah. I had 3. It wasn't because of any spiritual milestone I achieved, and I wasn't pegged as a religious prodigy at a young age. No, it was for a much different reason. It was because my mother was obsessed with Israel. She would visit every summer saying, "It's the only place that makes me feel alive." She would hire inept Israelis to fix things in her house, leaving collapsed shelves, sparking outlets, and faucets that came off in your hands. I know this was rooted in the fact that my grandparents were Holocaust survivors. She'd say, if there had been an Israel, there would have never been a Hitler. But she also really, really loved going there. So I shouldn't have been surprised when she announced, "Leo, we're going to do something special for your bar mitzvah. We're going to celebrate in the Holy Land." I responded the way any normal 13-year-old boy responds when given the opportunity to embrace millennium-old tradition. "I don't want a stupid bar mitzvah in stupid Israel. I don't want a stupid party. I want to get my ear pierced." She said, "Someday you'll appreciate it and you will thank me." I had always imagined the grand party I'd have. My brother Ron was into basketball and had life-size cutouts of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Larry Bird all over the ballroom. My brother Andy loved fishing, and they had these elaborate live fish centerpieces. The whole room was covered in shimmering aqua paper, and a robot named Official went around the party entertaining. "Shalom, Stephen. Shalom, Deborah." Most importantly, I remember all the money they received and the cars they ended up buying with that money once they turned 16. This was also my dream, but it was not meant to be. Before the big trip, my parents held a small consolation party for me. This was my first bar mitzvah. There was a homemade buffet. My mother blew up a football photo from the team I'd quit after 1 week and used it as the sign-in board. And I won a small battle by insisting the DJ play my favorite song of all time. And as the crowd awkwardly checked their watches while Skid Row's 18 in Life blared, the hair metal anthem of a young man in prison for shooting his friend in a drunken rampage, I learned the difference between songs you love and songs you shouldn't interrupt a room of your parents' friends dancing the horror of the play. My second bar mitzvah was in Israel at the sacred Western Wall. It was a mild summer day in Jerusalem, about 102 degrees at the time. I was merely a puppet led around and posed for the ceremony. A man in a black hat and ZZ Top beard put tefillin on me. Strangers did drive-by handshakes while rapidly muttering prayers. Mazel tov. From behind the barrier where the women were sequestered to avoid distracting the menfolk, my mother yelled at me as she pointed the oversized video camera in my direction. Smile, wave, look at your grandfather. Rewatching the footage, I resemble a prisoner of war being forced to read a statement by his abductors. The Torah was placed in front of me, and as I sweated through my Torah portion for the second time, a miracle happened. The heavens opened up and hordes of tiny flies descending upon me, flying into my eyes and nose. Through the sheen of sweat and fly carcasses, I gave my mother her most hateful glare, hoping she was zooming in right at that moment. She telegraphed back through one of her looks, "Someday you'll appreciate it and you'll thank me." I doubted that. My third bar mitzvah was at an octogenarian Holocaust survivor shul in Petah Tikva. I rushed through my hated Torah portion for the final time, staring at the weathered, unfamiliar faces before me while they looked into space or nodded off to sleep. At the small reception afterwards, I awkwardly greeted Polish strangers. My grandfather came over. "Leo, this is Chaim Finkelberger. His uncle was my uncle's tailor in Koblatnik, Poland." And their elderly, slobbering kisses landed on my forehead and cheeks, mingling, cascading streams of drool and bits of food into my sweat-stained collar. I forced weak smiles as hateful thoughts swam in my head. I'm not only gonna get an earring, I'll show her. I'm gonna piece my eyebrow, my chin, my lip, my nipples, every piece of flesh, and I'm gonna run through the Jewish Community Center of Greater Washington screaming, look at me, I'm Sarah Deckelbaum's son." We finally boarded the plane home. My mother with her treasured memories, me with my cachet of Kiddush cups, tallis bags, Bibles, and monogrammed challah covers, items I would never look at again, much less buy a car with. I told her one last time, I will never forgive you for this. Every year from that point on, I would never miss an opportunity to remind her. Through high school, I would come home for dinner and say, "Remember my terrible bar mitzvah?" In college, I called my mother once a week just to let her know, "Hey Mom, I still resent you." Years later, I was catering parties to make extra money and worked a bar mitzvah. It was a very expensive affair, and the 13-year-old Jewish men discovered the very expensive spotlights their parents had bought were an excellent way to melt some of the very expensive centerpieces. These men also removed the top of every salt and pepper shaker and spread it everywhere. As we slowly cleared the carnish and chiseled it away at all the congealed plastic, I had an epiphany. 13-year-old Jewish boys aren't actually men. And 13-year-old boys deserve nothing. The lavish parties aren't for them, they are for their parents, to celebrate 13 years of surviving a son. And if me being a prop in my mother's choreographed Israeli play allowed her to have a special spiritual memory, if it brought her joy to her Holocaust surviving mother to see her grandson's bar mitzvah at the Western Wall, if it let my mom see her cantor father filled with pride at leading his grandson's Torah service, I'm happy to play that role. So I called her shortly after cleaning up and said, "Mom, maybe forcing me to go to Israel for my bar mitzvah wasn't the worst thing you've ever done, but I've still never taken the earrings out." So, this is called coming out of the meat locker. In my life, I've had two big coming outs. My first coming out as gay was hard enough for my parents, but hey, you could still date a doctor. Turning down your grandmother's brisket because you're vegetarian, now that was pure sacrilege. First of all, I want to explain what meat meant to my Jewish family. My family was matzo ball soup and brisket Jewish. We were platters of pickles, whitefish, and corned beef after a bris Jewish. My dad's side was chased out of Russia. Mom's side survived the camps. Meat was a metaphor for the triumph of the Jewish people over all their suffering. We ate meat because Hitler would not want us to eat meat. Every roast roast beef sandwich was a brick removed from the Auschwitz crematorium. The gravy-soaked turkey was a shield for our Russian ancestors against the pogroms. Every globule of fat dripping off the steaks was an opus praising the bravery of the Warsaw Ghetto. My family had a love affair with all things dead, cooked, and served on a platter with a side of kugel because that is how we celebrated our survival. Jews don't make things like meatloaf, and there's no Bubby's hamburger helper. There's no Yiddish word for spam. We have kishka and pokis and schmaltz and fleisch and kapikolach and chapelach and everything you need a cold to say. Meat in our kosher home also took on a special significance. The ritual of eating it meant separating dishes and carefully considering how meals were spaced apart. If we wanted ice cream, we were told that we needed to wait 6 hours, but feel free to have this parva cake, which I was convinced consisted of spackle and a little glitter for color. If one of my brothers committed the atrocity of placing a meat utensil in contact with dairy, my mother would purify it by placing it in one of our indoor plants. I think this originated in Poland, where you would stick tainted utensils in the ground outside your door because, hey, there were no dishwashers in the shtetl. In modern times, however, my friends asked if my mother was trying to grow a fork bush. The worst part about revealing my secret to my parents, though, was that my father was a butcher, and so is his father I'm named after. If you visit DC, you'll still find the meat business bearing my name. The simple truth is I've never really liked meat. I didn't get it. A hunk of dead flesh had bones and skin just like me. When I was a kid, I used to carve all the fat and gristle off the lamb chops, getting down to one bite I could stomach. Meanwhile, everyone else was slipping the marrow out of the bones. I asked my mother, "Mommy, were these the same lambs from the petting zoo?" And she told me, "No, these are different animals." But I was onto something. The last time I ate chicken was Kosher Delight, the McDonald's of kosher restaurants. Kosher and delight are two words that should never be used together. But I never got to order fast food growing up. McDonald's, Wendy's, Taco Bell, all forbidden by Jewish law. This was as close as I was going to get to that delicious fast food everyone else was so happy about in the commercials. I bit into my chicken nugget, and I found a chunk of something chewy. My mind raced. It was gummy and bristly, a beak, a foot, and deformed, underdeveloped chicken fetal twin. My mind raced, and I remembered the PETA sticker from college. I am not a nugget, showing an adorable baby chicken. And I thought, correct, chick, you are not a nugget. And you are certainly not a kosher chicken nugget. And that was the last time I ate poultry. And I realized it was finally time to tell my parents the awful truth. It was time to come out of the meat locker as a vegetarian. During my first coming out, when I told my mom I was gay, she didn't quite accept it. "Don't worry, you'll meet a nice Jewish girl and have 6 babies and become a rabbi. It's been my dream my whole life. You were the one." Similarly, when I told her I didn't eat meat, she explained that the chicken soup's vegetarian. Just fish out the chicken in the meat. Then she slowly moved on, as Jewish mothers do, to a subtle but reluctant passive-aggressive acceptance. She tried to appease me when I visited home for the holidays by explaining, "We brought you something special. It's a kosher $13 vegetarian meal. That was very expensive." I'd smirk a smile, pretending I enjoyed the salt-filled, stale MSG mess. "Leo, did I mention how much this cost?" Massive family feast would be prepared with brisket, chicken, steak, and gravy. I'd get my sad side salad. Finally, they embraced it in their own way. My mother began making flavorless soups and vegetarian beach chili. She learned foreign words like vegan. My mother would call to explain to me that there was a gay man on Oprah yelling at women about their shoes. They take me to vegetarian restaurants and fake it. It's just as good as meat. Isn't that right, Norman? Norman, tell him it's delicious." My father would not. Long ago robbed of his right to have a vocal opinion that didn't first emanate from her. To this day, she still tricks me into going to kosher restaurants like Meat Point, noting that they have delicious hummus. Also, I didn't drive, so I had no choice. When we get together, I know I'm missing out. I eat my sides while relatives talk past me to ask my brother if he's met a girl on JD. I shove my iceberg lettuce around and pretend it doesn't bother me, but it does. Part of the ritual in my family gets lost, and I'm the outsider. But I also know they've accepted me for what I am. their only son with a job, perpetually single, but I'll never accidentally get a girl pregnant. Sure, I'll never give them a huge roast beef carving station at my wedding while my father dances with my wife. But my parents can take solace in the fact that I'll never, ever, even in times of utter distress, even if I was starving, in spite of all the peer pressure, let a piece of bacon touch my lips. And maybe that's enough for them. And this is called the Saturday Morning Wars, and it's about all the Zoom savers we had to take up. My mother was going to drag her 4 sons to synagogue, and people would know that we were committed Jews. Well, at least we would make an appearance before Allah knew. My brothers and I just wanted to stay home and watch cartoons. Those anti-Semitic network executives have put all the children's programming on Shabbos. The stakes were set, our battle lines were drawn, and the Saturday morning wars began for another week. I'm still impressed with their devotion in dragging us to service. Meanwhile, every second we could drag out this getting ready dance, a stolen treasure trove of animation. My brothers and I drifted back to the television as we took turns finding excuses to stall. Missing shoes, bathroom breaks, crying, hunger pains, spilled cereal, milking out as many minutes as we could. It was so unfair that we'd be stripped away from this joy to put on itchy suits and dragged to the most boring place on earth. We were always the last family to arrive at Bnai Israel. Embarrassed, my mother gave us a don't make a noise glare so we could slip in the back unnoticed and then greet everyone afterwards like we'd been there the whole time. Our penny loafers clicked with each step as we got closer to the cantor's low baritone, droning on. The seconds sloshed by in those hard sanctuaries. I've memorized every stained glass window, studied every image on the altar, and counted every pattern on the ceiling. I would sneak out to the bathroom, protesting that I needed to go so bad and couldn't hold it. 20 minutes later, my mother would come out, screaming, clenched, as we played paper football with ripped-up flyers advertising the sisterhood brunches. Eventually, my mother gave up when she realized dragging teenagers to services wasn't a fight she had in her. As an adult, I ended up settling on the other side of the country where I was free to avoid any sort of religious observance. The only time I was proper Jew-guilt to go home was for the Passover Seder. This was something I could not escape, and I dreaded it. My grandfather had always thrown this epic, never-ending Seder. He was a cantor at his own synagogue for years, and that meant that no prayer, passage, or commentary on Hillel's sandwich technique was skipped from the Haggadah. The festive meal dragged on for hours, often until midnight. Family members with babies would beg him to finish, but we'd have to sing every song as he pointed to half-asleep family members to recite their portion of Dayenu. 7 years ago, he passed away. Over time, I'd also lost brothers and uncles who were prime personalities in our Seder. When I began to digitize our own home movies, I watched these Seders again with new eyes, and it filled me with joy. Everyone was suffering in unison. We laughed in frustration as my uncles bullied their way through expedited songs. The 4 questions, always asked by the youngest member of our family, were directed at embarrassed teenagers. These slivers of Seders were time capsules of my childhood, and it wasn't about belief in anything greater than the belief in my own family's identity. My mother had picked up the mantle of the Seder leader, adding her own pages to the service and channeling my grandfather. This was the most salient link to my past, and I began looking forward to making new memories every year. It made me feel closer to the family I had left and the ones I'd lost. A few years ago, she explained that she couldn't handle the cooking and cleanup with her health problem. My younger brother and I promised to make it easy. She was giving strict orders to only cook a few items instead of the ambitious recipes that she tried to do every year. We would buy the rest. We followed Hurricane Sarah around the kitchen, as I called her, since she never put anything away, leaving a trail of spills, spices, pots, pans, and bowls, a tsunami of kitchen carnage. We washed every dish. As she worked, cleaned every surface, plated things, set tables, organized Seder plates, and when she was ready to tackle the next thing on the list, they were already done. She did her Seder and led it as a worthy successor to my Seder Morris, her father. She shared photos on Facebook of her 2 sons who made this happen. I flew back to California and got a frantic 3 a.m. call that she had to go through the dumpster and pull out the cracked disposable plates my brother threw out. The expensive special plates she got for pasta. But that's just my mother. Last year, COVID-19 made gathering for the Seder out of question. In this fog of abnormality, this stung the most. I missed them. This was the one time of year we got together. She was stuck in Florida where they winter. I was in California, and the rest of the family was in Dallas. I got off the phone with her a week before we would have had our Seder, and I heard the profound sadness in her voice. I know that the amount of Seders we've left with my father due to Parkinson's limited as well. I wanted to fix this. She needed this. I needed this. I called my sister-in-law and asked if she could be free for a Zoom Seder. She complained, I have to clean, I don't have the stuff. I cut her off, explaining that literally no one would see the house. You could even take it with the Seder plate. This was for my mother. I left my younger brother voicemails, text messages, and emails over several days. This was the bare minimum to get him to respond. I begged him to please me on time, knowing he would show up in the first hour or so. In the days following, I argued with my mother about using a standard digital Haggadah that we could all access, which I insisted it had to be the one she had at home. This sent me on a next-door spiral of Haggadah hunting. Finally, I found an elderly woman who offered to leave it outside her door in return for homemade hand sanitizer. My mother and I ran through 2 hours of meticulous practice on the video conferencing app, painstakingly walking through every step and repeating it. I sent her a video tutorial I made and written instructions. And finally, it was time for the Seder. Of course, it started with 15 minutes of seeming like I was being excessively cruel to my mother. But again, we practiced you still. She just had to click 4 things, but somehow it became a frustrated, tear-filled melee of click the 3 dots. Don't click the X, not the X. Why did you click the X? The 3 dots. It's 3 dots in the right corner. It looks like 3 dots. Put your glass. Why did you click the X again? The Seder went perfectly after that, is what I'd like to say, but it's a lie. 45 minutes in, my mother asked where my younger brother was. I explained that I call a text as an email, and we just need to go on without him. He suddenly popped up on screen, shirtless and holding his dog. No Haggadah, wine or anything. But we pushed on. My nephews drifted on and off the screen. Most of the time, you could only see the top of my mother's head. We had to spend 10 minutes asking her to pull the screen back momentarily so we could acknowledge the existence of my father. We talked as we ate. My mother delegated songs to various family members. We laughed. Pets took over the screen. The Seder went too long, audio cut out, but it felt oddly normal. And even though we were staring at each other through computer screens and tablets, it felt like we were a family, sitting together for a meal, and carrying on a tradition that we'd suffered through for generations. Thank you, that's all I got.
Well, we're going to talk a little bit. So, first, what we're going to do is, does anybody have any questions? So Susie asked, where is he performing next?
There's a small collective in San Francisco where we workshop new stories and come up with pieces. Actually, hoping to get Misha and getting some of her stage as well.
You know, one of the interesting things you do is you remember your stories, but it's the little tiny details, which I think you noticed with Leo, it's the little tiny details that make things so much fun. So that's one of the things, I had never heard of the art of storytelling, so it's very different to hear how charming and delightful they are. So tell me a little bit more, why do you like storytelling?
There's something that's epic and important, beautiful about being able to take stories from your life which are important to you, and everybody has a story. Everybody's story is important, it's just a matter of communicating that to the outside world. And it doesn't need to be big. It can be small moments of your life. But once you encapsulate it in a narrative, dramatic way in a performance piece, it feels good. It becomes this, makes you think about your life differently in a cinematic way. And maybe you didn't go to the moon, maybe you didn't lead a war, but we've all done things and had important relationships and poignant emotional moments that other people would love to hear about. It's just a matter of crafting it that way, being exciting to tell it.
One of the things I do want to talk about is the fact that Leo will be doing a storytelling workshop, which will consist of 4 sessions. It'll be held on Zoom, so you can join then. The 4 sessions, he will help you and you will work through a story. You'll learn how to embellish it, how to think about the different details that happen in your own life. So to me, it's very exciting. He'll coach you. And after it's all over, we will have a CBI TV session that will be showed to the rest of the congregation. And that session we will have the participants of the workshop tell their stories. And I'm very excited to hear some of the stories. Many of you have pieces in your life, events in your life that are so important and need to be shared with the world. So I hope that you will join us. This will happen sometime in the spring. As I said, I know many of you have interesting things in your life and you don't even realize how interesting they are. Now, does anybody have any questions?
Actually, piggyback off that, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, the way this usually works is people say, I don't have anything done. And we do a prompt or an exercise saying, like, tell me about, when you made something. Someone writes something down and it's sort of, well, I did this and that, and oh, my grandmother and I used to make my dresses. And then I would say, that's really interesting. And I'd wear them to school and people would comment on them, and some people made fun of me. But my grandmother told me that it doesn't matter, they were beautiful. And we used to also make quilts together. And so this little anecdote is important once we flesh out the relationship and why it matters to you. And the interesting part of it, all of a sudden, it's a story you didn't know was there, but that's the thing that flowers. And we have a wonderful thing about the relationship of a little girl, her grandmother, or whatever that is. It's just listening to other people too, saying, that's interesting. Like workshop, I want to hear more about that. And then all of a sudden you say, oh, really? And then it just starts flowing. You remember things. And it's kind of magical.
So we're gonna do a little magic right here. So, Leo, I'd like you to go out into the audience, pick someone, and see if you can get a magic moment with them.
Okay.
Doll? No. How about
Where is Jacob? Okay, you're going to have to get the microphone closer.
First birthday ever. Yeah, what's your favorite birthday?
When I went to Star Wars.
And who went with you?
My dad, my best friend.
What did your dad think about Star Wars?
He thought it was awesome, and I think my birthday is
daughter to be cool with cleaning up?
Well, you know, he grew up on and to him it's just normal.
So we've got like 15 stories that were popped up here that we all want to hear more about. Her super cool dad, all the other things he etc.
Well,
Did your dad make you money?
how about this? Any of these young people? Okay, Mike. Before anybody, I know we're not in front of the camera. I'm so sorry. I don't know if they can turn it around. But this whole foursome right here is related to me. So the first one is my stepdaughter, Kim, and her father is who I married.
Oh. I'm glad it's a family affair.
It is a family affair. So let me just introduce everybody. This is Kim. She's my stepdaughter. And as we know, I married her father. With her father, I had this young man. This is my son, Nathan. And this young gentleman is my cousin. So his father was my mother's brother. So all of them came today to enjoy the entertainment and to introduce themselves to you. So, who are we going to choose, Leo, from this group? And the fiancé. So let's just do a brief story time.
Michaela. Hi. Was there a time you got really angry at somebody? Or your favorite gift if you don't want to divulge? What about what time you were really embarrassed? You seem like you don't like being put on the spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to think that comes out of
You have siblings?
I'm going to speak out.
You have a sister? You always got along, there were no trouble?
So, no, that's okay, yeah. You're gonna have to put the you're gonna have to put the.
about one time my sister, when she got really mad at me, my sister got mad at me because we were, when I was 3 years old, we went to SeaWorld. And out of the audience, I was the chosen one to go sit on top of Shamu. Back when they allowed me to sit on Shamu, which I'm glad they did that. Anyway, so I sat on Shamu, and my sister resented me for actual years, and she still brings that back holidays.
You usually stole the spot for her.
She did. It was her.
Okay. What was another time? What was it like in high school? How close are you in age?
4 years different, so we have friends in high school, or when she was finishing high school, I was finishing.
Is she married?
She is.
Do you feel like she's obviously better than you?
Does she do better than us?
Yeah. No,
This is her fiance.
We're very different people, and we have very different lives and different stuff. She's a
How are you most different?
how are we most different?
Definitely more family oriented with the sister and localizing and close to home and that, and Michaela always wanted
I
to.
left home immediately when I could, and she stayed nearby.
First world trip was to Israel. We were just talking about it. Ever.
Was there any jealousy where you had left and stayed and she's still at home?
on the backpack. Living in South America, you know, so we're obviously super.
What do you think she'd say about you? I mean, the fact that you're adventurous and you took all the risks.
I think originally she had a hard time understanding why I was on that. I never wanted to put herself in like a risky situation, but I think that as I've gotten older and we've both gotten older, she accepted it more, and she likes to hear about my stories without having to experience it herself.
Were there fights where she was, you know, why are you doing this to mom and dad? It's dangerous. You're selfish.
Not too many fights, no. I think she's worried that I will have that influence on her kids, that they'll want to eventually travel and do some of the things that I did, and maybe she wants to see.
And I think that is a great story. Yeah.
That sounds great. Well, Leo, why don't you join me up here? I think that's a really neat sort of opportunity to get together and talk about people's memories. So I would strongly, once again, ask you to join us. Now, we're going to be breaking in a moment. Once again, we're going to have a 10-minute break. Please come back after 7 minutes so we can have the Banana Trivia Contest. While you're gone, one of the things you can remember is you can make a donation during the break. We take phone calls, we take credit cards, and we also take checks. So you can do any of those things and have a wonderful year. Now, I do want to let people know that we are currently at about $4,000. So we strongly encourage you to keep going. We're doing a great job.
Yeah.
And it's been super. We're doing just super, and it's much more. We're glad that everyone is turning out for this. All of these 2021 events are going to be great, as I've said before. Now, after Leo, as I said, Leo will join us in the spring. I'm hoping we can fly him out here again, but most of this stuff may be on Zoom. The next thing that's going on is after this is we will have Talia Timmons. Talia is going to be discussing or talking about annual cooking series that we are highly, highly committed to. These are different cooking shows that we will have on Zoom, and you'll have the opportunity to see them, enjoy them. The one thing that we will be showing Talia and her daughter's cooking video, which was supported by the Jewish Women's Endowment Fund. We know that you'll enjoy it. It's Talia and her daughter Aviva cooking hamantaschen. So with that, 10 minutes. Oh, somebody is holding up a little sign for me. Let's see how much. This is how much we're at the moment. $4,414. Yay! Yay! We enjoy this. Please, anyone can order one of these subscriptions. We hope you will join us soon. As I said, there are people on the phone waiting for your donation. Leo, thank you so much.
There's one more note about storytelling when we do a workshop I want to add that I remember, which is we rarely get permission to talk about ourselves, feel bad about it when we're telling stories to other people. There's something really liberating about being able to sit down, craft a story, workshop it, have people ask you questions, interested in relationship, your past, your family. It's almost like the same, the reason you go to therapists and all of a sudden it's, I'm just talking about me. It's a magical experience. So when we do workshops, glad you could join. And you have a great story in you, and we want to hear it, and the world should.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leo. We're going to take a break. We'll see you in 7 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
afternoon, all you lovely people. And what I'm supposed to do right now is to do the trivia question. And if you know that, unmute yourselves if you're watching this, and if you're not, shout out. When was the first bat mitzvah, and what branch of Judaism? When? What year? Hello? Do we have any answers? Anybody waiting on the screen? Anybody knowing now? We don't know. What do I do when nobody knows? Where did everybody go? To find the answer? When was the first bat mitzvah? Yeah, bat. When was it? I didn't say who.
1922.
Yes, that's true. And what branch of Judaism?
It's got to be reform.
No.
Reconstruction, serious construction.
We have anybody on the screen there that's yelling at us?
Looks like Shimmy.
Okay, Shimmy. What branch of Judaism was the first bat mitzvah conducted in? Does Shimmy know? Okay. I don't know. I hope we're live.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Okay. What? And it wasn't reformed.
No, conservative construction.
Well, wasn't conservative.
Orthodox.
Wasn't. Are you kidding?
Reconstruction.
It was Reconstruction.
Who said that?
You did. Well, does that mean you share a?
No, what it means is I saw the answer sheet.
Oh. All right. I think Talia gets the basket. Okay, Talia, pick out a nice one, and you'll share it with Aviva, and you'll come up here then, and I will introduce you to everybody. Can you all hear me? I don't know what to do.
You know who the bat mitzvah was? You know who it was? She's very famous.
I don't.
I can't think of her name right now.
I can't think of her name either, but I think she was the daughter of Mordecai Kaplan, yes. And he probably asked her if she wants a bat mitzvah, and being, his daughter, she probably said, "Oh, yes, Daddy." Okay, so that's what happened. So, Talia.
Hi, Willie.
Hi. Where were you born and where were you raised?
I was born in Philadelphia, and I was raised in Philly.
Okay, and when was that?
80s, 90s,
Oh.
2000s.
Yes, I think I was out of college by then, when all of those exciting things happened in Philadelphia. What's Philadelphia like?
It has had a very vibrant Jewish community, still does, although a number of the synagogues are just out in the suburbs. We were in the city. And we belonged to a couple different conservative and at one point a conservadox synagogue as I grew up, and then went back to a conservative synagogue. We actually belong to the synagogue where the building is designed by Frank Lloyd Wright. So Beth Shalom in Elkins Park, and it is beautiful. If you've never gone to visit, I highly recommend it. They do give tours.
So that was an exciting time. I think I haven't been to Philadelphia. I confuse it with Boston.
Oh no.
No. Okay.
But Boston's also a cool city, and we did live in New England
it's
for a
kind
while.
of a cool. It has this neat marketplace or something
Bangor
like
Hall.
that. I was there. Let's see. So, moving on. you're going to be regaling us with food. And you're going to be cooking during this year. And will we all enjoy eating it?
A few people enjoyed eating what I already baked with Eva. We will all enjoy watching part of the video. It was already broadcast, but Jimmy has shortened it so that we can replay some of the video today. Jimmy and Misha, since they were the tech behind the scene as we were baking, they also got to enjoy what Aviva helped me.
They ate some of it.
They did.
Oh my
They did,
goodness, how
yes.
exciting. What is JWEF?
The JWEF, and I have my notes here, is the Jewish Women's Endowment Fund. So in general, it is an organization that's dedicated to fostering social change, funding projects to expand and improve opportunities and choices in all aspects of the lives of Jewish women and girls. So where it comes into what
Did you
we're
say
doing.
that in English?
Well, you know, social change,
Okay.
right? They fund different projects for social change. So in New Mexico, they provide grants to support women and or children doing different programs that have to do with education, health, Jewish identity, social services, all with a Jewish aspect to it. So our involvement is that with programming, Misha had the idea of a cooking series that would highlight how Judaism and community focuses on food. We all like to eat, right? Like every Jewish holiday has to do with a meal. You come around the dinner table and you're all sitting and eating and enjoying together. So Misha applied for a grant that was accepted, and we received grant funding for an ongoing series that is going to be 6 different programs where members of the congregation, women, will be cooking or baking with one or more children. And we're committed to doing 6 of these events. The first one was the test pilot. Aviva and I baked hamantashen together leading up to Purim, and that was filmed, and that was part of the application for the grant program. So I believe that there are a number of upcoming events of that nature, but the one that I for sure know of is in December. There will be baking sufganiyot, or cooking sufganiyot, a mother and a child. I believe it's also related to the Jewish Women's Endowment Fund, but we also will have an annual cooking series.
What if some man wants to cook?
They are certainly welcome to cook and watch the videos, but since it's the Jewish Women's Endowment Fund that offered the grant, the focus here is on that connection between a mother and their child, and just kind of passing on that knowledge of the different Jewish recipes and, you know, just the feeling behind it, the community and the custom.
How come I see Judy Pitkovsky's name on my sheet here?
So Judy, I believe, has some famous chopped liver and has a recipe and will be doing a cooking demonstration. I believe for the foreseeable future, all of these cooking demonstrations will be on Zoom. But Judy will be demonstrating how to make her chopped liver, and that is part of an annual cooking series that will be part of the programming. So if anyone out there has a wonderful Jewish recipe, if you make the most amazing matzo ball soup, rugelach, what have you, let us know.
Who is Erin Garcia?
So the Garcias, as many of you know, do the cooking in our kitchen. The only kosher kitchen in New Mexico is here at CBI. And Erin will be doing a 4-part series of sharing her cooking and her recipes with us. So that will be through Zoom. It is called Cocinar de Erin. I guess, cooking in the kitchen with Erin, and her daughter Abby will be translating so that we can understand everything that Erin will be explaining and passing on to us.
Is Erin or Abby going to be showing us any wonderful dessert decorations?
I don't know, but I know that Abby does
Yes.
a lot of that.
Yes.
So maybe having this discussion, we'll put that on their list of,
Okay.
of what
Yeah.
they'll be sharing with us.
So I'm looking forward to seeing your video so I can leave the stage.
Okay.
And you're going to show this to us. You're going to be explaining things as they occur?
No, I'm not going to be explaining things as they occur, but afterwards, if we have time and there are questions, I'm happy to take questions from the audience, from Zoom, and likely Aviva will come up if we have time and share her experience as well. And in the future, as we have more of these events, the cooking, we'll have more to share with
And
the
the cooking
community.
will always be on virtual, will always be on Zoom.
It will be filmed and broadcast through the CBI TV. I suppose we need to see what happens with social distancing and all those rules as to whether or not there's a live audience. I can tell you from our experience, you can't have too many cooks in the kitchen at one time. You have multiple cameras, and there's a lot going on, and to focus. And being a non-cooking professional, there's a lot of juggling and just paying attention to how to do it. So I guess we'll see. Okay. So I guess with that,
Take it away.
We will show it's about 25 minutes. It's been shortened down, and we just need to do a quick set change here to get the screen up, and then we'll be back.
So, all screen setters, report for duty, please. Ooh, that's awful. I will need to get out of this.
May I?
Yes, I've gotten up at, yeah, you can help me. Oh. Okay. I'd like over here.
Bottom, very bottom. Brian, very bottom.
Aviva, and your stool is right there. Yes. Might want to put it wherever you think you might want it. And I'm moving this, right? Okay.
Actually, that's perfect.
We'll put it in full screen and play. Yeah.
It's not showing on the monitor.
Monitor is not going to show it. The monitor is playing.
Okay, we go.
Here with my daughter.
Aviva.
Welcome to
CBI
TV. We are here today
to be coming to perform in our poem costumes, the Crazy Minion.
We're going to be going over a baking demonstration with you today, and we're going to be using a parve hamantaschen dough. The recipe, I'm going to run through the different ingredients, and then we'll talk about the different amounts that you're going to use as you're preparing your dough. This is a delicious recipe. It is parve, so you don't have to worry about meat or dairy. And because we're here in Albuquerque and we're at 5,000 feet elevation, it has already been adjusted for altitude. So there are some little minor differences because of the high altitude here. So the first ingredient that we're going to be using is flour. We are also going to be using eggs. We're also going to be using vegetable oil. Now, one ingredient to be sure that you're using the proper ingredient is we're going to be using baking powder, not baking soda, so baking powder. We're also going to be using sugar. And lastly, we have orange juice.
With orange zest.
And in addition to the orange juice, we add a little extra zest to just kind of spice things up. All right. So what we're going to do is prepare this recipe, and Viva's going to get our bowl. We're going to get our aprons on. And this is a recipe that I've been using for over 20 years, and I just love it. We bake all the time together, and we enjoy baking hamantaschen and experimenting with different fillings that we're going to get to a little bit later. I'll leave it out here. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do, and we've already measured out all our different ingredients, is the recipe calls for 4 cups of flour and 2 extra tablespoons added for the high altitude. However, when you first put it in, you're only going to use 3 cups of flour and the 2 tablespoons. Reserve 1 cup for later. You may or may not use it depending on how humid it is, how sticky your dough is. So our first ingredient is going to be our 3 cups of flour plus 2 tablespoons. And Aviva's just going to add it a little at a time so she doesn't make a mess here. The next ingredient we're going to use is vegetable oil. And we have 1/2 cup of vegetable oil. Okay. Thank you. Then we are going to use 1/3 cup of orange juice, and Aviva's going to add a little bit of extra orange zest. We have already added, hold on, add the orange zest to that. We have already added some orange zest into the orange juice, but we're just going to add a little extra to show you. We use about 1/3 of the orange per batch. And if you really like it, you can use more or you can use less. Okay, perfect. All right, just add that in. Okay, we're also going to add in our 2 eggs. Next up, we have 1 cup of sugar minus 1 tablespoon for the high altitude. And lastly, we have 2 teaspoons of baking powder. This is what it looks like. Then we're going to put it in our mixer. It's not my mixer, so I just have to figure it out a little bit. Then we raise that up and we turn that on. So the mixer was a little loud, so we weren't audible as we were talking and the dough was forming. But essentially, here we were just kind of putting the ingredients in as the order that they're listed. A lot of times at home, I will put the dry ingredients first and then I put the wet ingredients on top so that we don't have a flour explosion that can sometimes happen. That did happen a little bit here. So once our dough is formed, and as you're making your dough, you'll be able to see if it is forming into a ball. If it is not because it's too sticky, that is when you're going to want to use some of the extra flour. That extra cup of flour that you measured out, just add a little bit at a time to see if you need it for your dough to form. Now, once your dough has formed, Aviva is going to explain what to do next.
So now you're going to take your piece of parchment paper and get some of that extra flour remaining and sprinkle a bit of it on. You are then, once you take the dough out of the mixer, you will then sprinkle a bit more on top of it so that it doesn't stick to this when it is cooling in the freezer or refrigerator.
All right, we're just going to get all the little dough that we worked so hard to make. And you can see that we have a really nice dough here. It's not going to stick to the sides of the bowl. And Aviva's going to take that out for us. And roll it together. And then we put it down on parchment paper and a little bit of flour. That way it's not going to stick.
So as I said, you will sprinkle a bit more on so that it doesn't stick, as I said.
Okay. And now Aviva's going to wrap it up. It is ideal to work with the dough in dough that is cold. So either put it in the freezer and take some time to let it chill, or even freeze it ahead of time. Aviva's going to go put it into the refrigerator. And after some time has elapsed, you can get your dough out of the refrigerator, and then you're ready to work with it. Now, one of these batches of dough will make approximately 4 dozen cookies, actually. We usually work with a quarter of it at a time. And what we're going to do now is show you how to roll out your dough. So we're going to work with parchment paper again.
And you want about the same size cookie cutters, about 3 inches, or you can get some kid-sized Target cups.
Right.
At Target.
So at home, instead of using cookie cutters, what Aviva's telling you is we actually use kids' cups. And the reason we do that is because it's perfect for kids and adults to hold the top of it, and it makes it easier for them to cut the circles out. And even though Hamantaschen are triangular shaped, you're going to be cutting a circle, and then you're going to be folding it up and pinching the corners, which we will show you. Now, we bake Hamantaschen at home a lot. Why do we do that?
Because we like to ship it to friends and families, and every year, other than this year, we have friends over to have fun and have fun party.
So baking Hamantaschen is definitely a family tradition, and we've shared that with a lot of friends and family over the years. The first thing you're going to want to do is take a little bit of flour.
And again, sprinkle that on your parchment paper. Then get a bit more and sprinkle that on your rolling pin.
So make sure your rolling pin has a little bit of flour on it, not too much. You want some flour on your parchment paper. I'll let you start.
Thank you.
And you're going to be rolling it flat. And the size that you're going to want to be rolling, or the thickness, I should say, is about nickel thick. But that can all depend. If you really like a thicker dough in your Hamantaschen, then sure, go ahead and roll it thicker. But we have found that about 1/8 of an inch or a nickel thickness is the perfect thickness for your Hamantaschen. Now, we've been baking for many years together, and one of my favorite memories baking with Aviva is when she was about 2. We were baking all together as a family, and then I forget where my husband and son needed to go, but they left and we continued baking because it was just so much fun. And I went into the kitchen to, I don't know, get fillings or get something else, and I left Aviva with all of the hamantaschen dough, and most importantly, with all of the flour that we were going to be using for rolling it out. And I came back to a 2-year-old in just a couple minutes, a 2-year-old covered in flour. And when I came back, Aviva explained to me that she just needed more flour. So that's truly one of my favorite memories here. And we can always re-roll dough, but we have plenty here to start making our cuts. Let you guys see here. And as we make our circles, we will then peel away the extra dough.
And then you can then use that extra dough to make more.
And we just put our circles to the side, and we're going to put them on a baking sheet shortly. Now, Aviva, you talked about sending some packages to friends and family. What kind of packages do we send?
We send packages of different types of hamantaschen to friends and cousins and family, just as a warm gift kind of thing, and because it's fun and nice to do for your family.
Right. So we send Mishloach Manot to our family every year, and with that we have hamantaschen. Now, if you've had hamantaschen before, or if this is your first time, you will learn that you can fill the hamantaschen with many different kinds of fillings. We're going to use 3 different flavors to show you today. Pretty popular flavors of a lemon filling, a cherry filling, and poppy seed filling. But there are other fillings. And in my family, I'm a triplet, and we have very different tastes in what our favorite hamantaschen fillings are, to the extent that one of my sisters created a spreadsheet so that they can place their orders for me to bake them the flavors of hamantaschen that they want, because they don't want the kind that I love. I love poppy hamantaschen. It's my favorite. One of my sisters absolutely loves apricot, but does not like poppy at all. So she can have all of my apricot because I'm not going to touch them. The other sister really likes, what does she like? Cherry. And Aviva's favorite is lemon. And also she has discovered that using rose petal jam makes a really delicious, though difficult to keep contained hamantaschen. So we're not going to go over that today. Usually when we're working with a batch of dough, we'll take only a little bit out of the refrigerator at a time. The more you work with this dough and it comes to room temperature, the softer it's going to get. So it will make it a little bit more difficult to work with. So you want to keep it chilled if you can. And this dough is really great to freeze. So you can make a bunch of different batches at one time. Sometimes we have 6 or 7 different bowls set up in our kitchen so that we do 6 or 7 batches at once, and we stick all of that dough in the freezer so that we can pull it out during the Purim season and start making our hamantaschen. Continues to work on the dough. I'm going to go to the refrigerator and get out some dough that we've pre-prepared. We put it back in the refrigerator to keep it chilled and easier to work with.
Okay, now because these were too thick, I rolled them out a bit more, so I can now cut smaller circles that are just the right amount of thick. Like so.
we're now ready to start filling our dough with the fillings to make our hamantaschen. And we've brought some fillings today. We really like using these particular fillings. My hands are greasy, so I may have to call for help off camera. We didn't pre-open that one, and my hands have some oil on them. So we like using this. It comes from Trader Joe's, and it is the cherry preserve. It has just the right amount of cherry pieces and kind of gelatinous jelly stuff that gives you that kind of filling that you're looking for. We also do have traditional poppy filling. And lemon curd is also a traditional filling. Now, one of the keys to filling your hamantaschen is to not overfill. And I know that you're going to want a lot of filling, but if you put too much filling, your hamantaschen is going to lose its form. And while still tasty, you're not going to have that wonderful triangular shape that you're looking for. So Viva is going to show us how to fill our hamantaschen.
Mm-hmm. Also, with the more together ones, you will want to scoop and then push up. But I'm going to use the lemon curd. Nice jelly, lemony texture. So that's what it will look like. And then you're just going to want to get one and scoop it off a bit. And then voila. And then to make sure, you are going to want to close them. And if they won't close properly, you have a bit too much. So I'm just going to take out.
I think that we can make that work.
Okay, we're making it work.
We'll make it work. So the trick to making your hamantaschen is to take your circle and to pinch the corners together. You're making the three corners of Haman's hat. And seems a little odd that we're kind of celebrating Haman, which we're not, because he was wicked. So we can think of it as we're eating his hat with these cookies. Now, as you can see today, we came in costume, and we typically dress up every year for the Purim Carnival at synagogue, and I've been dressing up for many, many years. We often have homemade costumes because it's fun to work together and we craft together. When I was a kid, my father would often make our Purim costumes. And one year, my sisters and I kind of went in matching thematic Jewish symbols. One of my sisters was a big, huge hamantaschen made out of foam. I believe that year I was a grogger, and my father made a large costume that actually made noise if I could spin it. And another sister went as Torah scrolls. I do remember another year in which my sisters and I were the tablets of the 10 Commandments, and one, I was Moses, and two of my sisters flanked me as the 10 Commandments. So we've been dressing up for a long time, and it's fun. It's a way to bring some, some fun in the middle of winter. So we're just going to continue continue to work on filling.
You're lifting it up.
I am lifting it up. Okay. I will add. And so some of these fillings are thick enough that you can put a bunch of filling out and then close it because it's not going to be too runny. But if you happen to use something like I mentioned, Aviva really likes rose petal preserves or jam, and it is a very runny filling. So you really need to put a little bit down and then close up your hamantaschen really quickly. Also, for those runny fillings, what you're going to want to do is try and close them a bit more. And then if it starts opening up in the oven, then it won't open up fully. Now I think we're going to take a break in a minute to get the ovens going and bake these, and then we'll come back and show you what they look like when they're done. We've now waited our 14, 15 minutes to see if they are the perfect golden brown, and it's time to take the hamantaschen out of the oven. We're going to put these down to rest just a minute. Now, if you have kids at home, beware that not only is the pan really hot, but your kids might want to take those hamantaschen right away. And the filling that just came out of the oven is going to be bubbling, and especially if it's a fruit filling, it's going to be really hot. So they'll end up burning their lips or their mouth if they have one right away. Give it a few minutes. You want to let the filling solidify, and then you can go ahead and take them off of your baking sheet and put them on a cooling rack. We're going to be filling our cooling rack with all of our different flavors. Looks like we had one where the corners weren't quite closed fully. So we had some lemon escape, but you know what? That is going to taste delicious just as it is. And as I said earlier, when we were preparing the dough, the recipe that you have just about 4 dozen hamantaschen, if you're using about a 3-inch circle. Now, we do have some of the filming crew who doesn't think that they need to wait quite as long as a child. So they've reached in and they're going to be sampling our goodies this afternoon.
And you're absolutely right.
Delicious and hot, right?
Yes.
But yet delicious.
Mostly delicious.
All right, Aviva, thanks so much for baking with me today.
Thanks for baking with me.
And we're back. So I hope you guys enjoyed our presentation of baking hamantaschen. My co-baker is here with me now, Aviva, my daughter. You can come a little bit closer, and I'm going to ask Aviva some questions, and then we will open up the floor and Zoom to some more questions about our baking. Aviva, how was the experience for you, baking with me and baking in the synagogue kitchen?
It was fun. Stayed late, which was a surprise. And I had fun baking with you.
What was your favorite part?
Either eating them or doing the takes.
What do you mean doing the takes? Can you explain that to us?
saying take one and take two and taking over the job of Jimmy's job.
You took over Jimmy's job. So did it just take 3 takes and then we did the whole thing?
I forgot, but aiming against 50.
50 takes, you think, to get through everything, right? So we would do a take, and then we might have to do it over, and it was a learning experience, right? To learn how to present and do a cooking demonstration, baking demonstration. Was that your first time baking?
No, it was my first time baking in front of an audience or a show, but I baked at home before with my family.
And what? And your classmates, right? So can you explain that to us? What do you mean you baked with your classmates?
So when I was in preschool a few years ago, my mom would come during Purim, and we would bake hamantashen all together, and it was fun and delicious.
So to share the Jewish custom of baking hamantashen, I have joined, even before Aviva, I would go with Noah's class or to Noah's class and join them in baking and bake at our previous synagogue before we moved to Albuquerque. And a couple of years ago, pre-COVID, the sisterhood hamantashen that we sold were the recipe. And a handful of us came in and prepared the dough. We let it sit for a couple of days to chill, and then baked hundreds, I don't know, maybe even 1,000. Melissa might remember exactly how many hamantashen we baked, but just hundreds of hamantashen to sell and raise funds for sisterhood and the congregation. Anything else you want to tell us?
Question on Zoom.
Okay, a question on Zoom.
What's your favorite filling?
So my favorite filling is poppy, and it's a little bit harder to get in Albuquerque than the East Coast, where you can just go to any Jewish deli and pick up your hamantashen fillings. But I have found that there is a solo brand that seems to make poppy, although it seems to be harder and harder to find it at the grocery stores here in Albuquerque. Aviva, what's your favorite filling?
My favorite filling is, I have 3. I don't have a top one. In the video, you probably heard us say lemon and cherry are some of them, and then we mentioned a rose petal jam, which I like.
So we discovered the rose petal jam. One of my sisters lived in San Francisco at the time, would go to the international grocery stores and just send us different types of jam and jellies to try. And one year, unfortunately, they forgot to wrap the different cherry and jams when they mailed them, and they also happened to be mailing those Audubon stuffed animal birds that make the bird sounds in the same package. So you can imagine what that package looked like when it arrived in Albuquerque, with birds covered in cherry jam and glass shards. It looked like a crime scene, but thankfully the rose petal survived, and we started using that, and it makes just almost like a caramel kind of filling when you make that. Anyone want to share a favorite filling?
I have a question.
Yes, Susie.
So have you ever tried a Southwestern style hamantashen? Have you yet?
We have not yet, but 2 Thanksgivings ago, I decided that hamantashen were the perfect vessel for pumpkin filling and cranberry filling. So we had hamantashen at Thanksgiving time. And normally we keep it to the Purim season, although because we make so many and we send out so many packages, Purim season for us at our house usually starts in January, that I start making dough. And this year, it continued until just about a month ago. I was going through the freezer and I found 2 balls of dough that had fallen all the way to the bottom of the freezer. And so we sent a huge package to my sister and sister-in-law and their family to share with my mom in Philly, because we certainly weren't going to eat that much hamantashen in June. But a southwestern flavor, I'll have to play around with that and maybe add some green chili to yes, chili and cherry could be good. All right, well, stay tuned, everyone. We'll let you know if we try that. Yes, yes, we could try that. Biscochito flavor was recommended. Anise and cinnamon and orange, I think. Well, we always put orange in the dough. Any other questions here? Yes?
I have these questions, but when you talked about being triplets, so did all three of you girls take hamantashen with your mom at the same time?
No. And my mom wasn't a huge hamantashen baker. She's a big rugelach baker, hint, hint, because I've requested rugelach for Noah's upcoming bar mitzvah. But she's very creative with the different rugelach recipes and the different fillings for that. Hamantashen just kind of came to me. I'm not like the world's best cook, but baking I'm better at, and I really enjoy the idea of baking. And hamantashen is just one of those activities that it's so much fun, especially to see the kids grow, to go from like not having any manual dexterity to be able to make their, hamantashen, to then being able to do it on their own. And over the years, especially going in when the kids were in Jewish preschools, to be able to go in and share that with their class, share it with your community and your congregation, is how, I guess, it kind of took off. And over the years, I think at this point we probably have 15 rolling pins at home, because we just have, we have people come over, and then you have, your standard Jewish brunch after. You have your lox and your bagels, and just make an event out of it so that you can just share that with the community, which was the whole idea behind the cooking series and the grant to share this with the community and the other events.
Speaking of cooking series, what other kinds of food would you recommend or like to share?
Well, are there different Jewish foods you'd like to share?
Maybe latkes or
So latkes, I have a short story. We still have a few minutes here. Joel's grandmother, Joel's my husband, and his grandmother grew up in northern Maine, where they have, or lived in northern Maine for many years, where they have lots and lots of potatoes. But she didn't like potatoes. She's no longer with us. But when she was, latkes that we would make, and especially the crispier the better, were the only kinds of potatoes that she would make and enjoy, and it was just a pleasure to get together, make latkes, and share that with Joel's side of the family. But for Jimmy's question about other foods, we'll throw that open to the congregation as well. If there are other recipes, if anyone has a recipe that's been handed down for generations and generations, and you want to share it with the community, we could even include that in the shofar. The hamantashen recipe was printed in the shofar, and this year, as well as I think 2 years ago, and we'll just continue that. So I think, any other questions? Oh, Aviva has one.
I have a recipe, might not be Jewish, but pumpkin chocolate chip cookies with vanilla and pumpkin spice.
Okay, not a Jewish recipe, but a favorite in our household, pumpkin chocolate chip cookies. And with that, I think we're going to take a short break. As a reminder, while we are on our break, If you have not already done so, please go online to show your commitment to CBI programming. We do have a year of programming, and just some of the events that are coming up. In July, there is the Russian tea room theme that Nisha was talking about earlier. That is going to be an event for the top 10 donors, and that's a Russian tea room themed brunch. In August, there's going to be a movie night, and in September, there will be a Spice of Life, Havdalah, and Sukkot celebration, as well as a youth art meet, and that will be Israeli dancing. So we will be back in approximately 7 minutes for another trivia. Thank you. Please hold. We're having some technical difficulties. Okay, and we are back with our next nano trivia question. The question is, what kinds of foods do you eat at Sukkot and why? I heard chopped liver. That's not correct, but if you want to learn how to make chopped liver, tune in when Judy Popowski does her cooking demonstration. What kinds of foods do you eat at Sukkot and why? And as a reminder, in September, we do have a Sukkot event, a programming event.
Can I give a hint? Grows on trees.
What was that? Fruits. Dr. Harvey said fruits. Dr. Harvey, why do we eat fruits at Sukkot? What are we celebrating? Thanksgiving and the harvest. All right, that was a team effort there, so you guys can decide who gets the basket that Aviva will deliver. So fruits and vegetables, because we are celebrating the harvest and we eat harvest foods, and Dr. Harvey has won the trivia. Our next guest is, and I'm very happy to introduce Tall Paul, who will be doing an event in October. In October, we have a Learning Magic for the children or children of all ages. And Tall Paul will be doing that. So I would like to welcome our next guest, please. Hi there.
Hi.
Welcome. Please have a seat. So before you regale us with your magic tricks, I would like to ask some questions.
Okay.
I think you are mic'd, right?
I am mic'd.
Feedback. All right. So first question, where were you born?
I was born here in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Really?
Same place Bugs Bunny should have turned left at.
Wow. Because my next question was going to be where were you raised? Because most people are not from Albuquerque.
I was raised here in Albuquerque.
Have you ever left?
I lived in Denver for a while. I lived in Phoenix and Tempe for a while, and then I lived in Jonesboro, Arkansas for a while, and then Russellville, Arkansas for a very short while.
Hey, did you perform magic in all of those places?
No, I did some in when I was living in Tempe, but not in Arkansas and not so much in Denver. I was actually a private investigator in Denver.
Oh, hey,
Yeah.
I hope no one escaped or disappeared
No,
on your
no.
watch. When did you start performing magic? At what age?
I got into magic as about 6 years old. My brother got a magic set for Christmas, and on his birthday he performed these tricks in the set. And there's this trick called the cups and balls, and the balls go through the cups, and I thought it was I'd never seen it. He wouldn't tell me how to do it, so I went to the library, checked out a book, and I've been doing magic ever since.
Is your brother doing magic still?
No.
No. Oh, so you took it over.
I took it
Okay.
over.
Awesome. Please describe the moment for us when you knew that magic was something special. This is what you wanted to do and to share with others.
I would have to say that moment that I saw that cup go through that ball. It was mind-blowing to me. And so yeah, I did started learning magic and did my first gig when I was about 11. And but I think that was the moment. That's kind of harder to say because I've been doing it so long.
And is that your primary career? Is this what you focus on?
It was before COVID hit, yes.
Okay. And where do you typically perform?
Mostly birthday parties.
Okay. What do you believe is so special about magic? What is that feeling that you experience the ball going through the cups, and what do you try and share?
It's a sense of wonder, you know, it's just something amazing happened, and it can actually change your life. Like magic changed my life. It really did. It brought me out of my shell. I was a shy kid, and I started doing magic. I'm a little more social now. And I showed a teenager some magic and taught him how to read. His mom called me up and said, thank you, like I didn't know, taught him how to read. And he stopped hanging out with gang members because he was spending time reading. And he's been on national television doing magic now. So it really changed people. I've helped people propose to their significant other, make the ring appear for them and stuff like that. And just really creates happiness, which I really love.
That is true. So you indicated birthday parties. Are these birthday parties for children, adults, children of all ages? How would you describe?
Mostly children, 4 to 8 year olds. I have done shows for adults. That's where I need the close up that we see today. And I've done shows for they have a party for the adult, but they're turned 50, so they're saying he's 5 or whatever. And those are actually a lot harder because they want me to do the kids show, and adults never act like kids, no matter how hard they try. They don't. And it's weird seeing the difference between a kid being a kid and an adult trying to act like a kid. Like some things just don't play because they don't react the same way. And it's interesting to watch.
Who shows more sense of wonder?
Kids. And the adults like the kids show because they see how much fun the kids are having.
Okay. Well, my daughter, Aviva, had a couple of questions.
What's your favorite magic trick and why?
My favorite magic trick is a coin trick. If you'd like, I'll show it to you.
Can you please show it?
I will. And the reason why it's my favorite, it's actually what I saw a magician doing on television. And it's what got me into doing coin magic. I was just a general magician, and I saw this, and I was like, wow, that's cool. And I started coin magic after that. Okay. If I can get this closed, I can show you. What's your name again?
Aviva.
Aviva, nice to meet you, Aviva. I'm tall, Paul. Oh my goodness, you're strong. How old are you? Did you know my name was Aviva when I was a girl? No? How old are you?
9.
You're a mime?
9.
You speak German?
9.
Do you know what 9 means in German?
No.
Exactly, well done. What do you want to be when you grow up?
Teacher, business owner, fashion designer, or a TV actor.
Right, you can be all of those things if you want. You're in the right state for being a TV actor, too. Do you see the coins okay? A lot of people blame me of a lot of different things when I do magic tricks. Some people think I had stuff in my hands. You see anything in my hands? No? Some people think I had stuff in my sleeves. See anything in my sleeves? No? My arms are in my sleeves. You gotta pay more attention. I'm just kidding. I have rubber bands. I do magic with those. Want to take them off? Think you're part of the trick? Okay, we'll take those off and put those there. Now my arm can breathe. What I'd like you to do is count those coins. 5, well done. And you guys probably can't see too well up there, can you? Do you see the coins okay?
Yep.
All you have to do is remember how many you have in each hand. That's 2, that's 1, 2, 3. Did you remember? 3 and 2? I'll do it again, okay? That's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 1, that's 2. Did you remember? 4 and 1? We'll make it a little bit harder, okay? We'll take these 4 coins, we'll place them in your hand. Throw them on the floor, and then bang up the mic. We'll place them in your hand. I want you to squeeze really tight, turn your hand over, make sure I can't get the 5th one in. Remember, make sure I can't get it in there. Remember, you've got 4, I've got 1. Ready? Go and open your hand. Did you feel anything? No, I hope you feel better. No, okay, we'll start from the beginning. We'll go a little bit slower. Maybe you can see exactly what I do this time, okay? Now, if I was to do something like that, you'd think I'm cheating, right? I'm not. There's still just 2 there. There's still just 3 there. How many's here again? 2, listen. Did you hear that? How many's here now? 0 and 5. And that is my favorite trick.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome. That was amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I was very, very impressed, and have no idea how Aviva got a hold of all of those coins. And now we're going to turn it over to you for more magic.
Okay.
And if you would like to walk among the audience, please feel free to do so, and however you want to perform. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. You look like you want to see a magic trick as you hop over it. No, you don't have to if you don't want to. Okay. Almost like Halloween in here. Are you familiar with the ancient miracle of the Chinese spring? No? You look like you're familiar with it. Do you know this trick? And what's your name? Mia? And how old are you, Mia? Well, there's only 6 when I was your age. And what's your name? Caitlin, how old are you, Caitlin?
I'm 8.
What did you eat?
Tomorrow I'm getting snack.
Tomorrow's your birthday? That's awesome. Give me a high five.
I'm so very small.
I'm waiting. No, a low five? Ow! You're strong too. Ah! Whoa! You knocked off my finger. Let's go on that side. Oh, there it is. Okay. So what do you want to be when you grow up? Part of the circus. I used to teach circus school. Yeah. Are you married?
I'm 8.
Are you married?
No.
You have a boyfriend?
No.
Are you saying that because your dad's sitting next to you? The ancient miracle of the Chinese linking rings, over 2,000 years old, and I look great for my age too, huh? Watch closely, we're going to do a solid. We're going to put this hole inside that hole. Ready? Just like that. And just as easy as it goes on, it comes off. You want to give it a try? No? You don't have to if you don't want to, that's okay. You want to give it a try again? Okay, hold on to this string. I'm going to slide right over here. Hold on to that one. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Just like that. Check that out. You want to try now? Or okay, you can try now. I want you to hold on to this one. Just like that. And I want you to hit mine like that 3 times. Don't watch the fingers. You already took one of them. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Just 1, 2, 3. Just like that. 1, 2, 3. Up. You have to do that. Can I see those? Did you want to give it a try too?
Sure.
What's your name?
Steve.
Steve. Nice to meet you. Steve, what do you want to be when you grow up?
A magician.
A magician. Very nice. I want you to hold your. I'm sorry? No, I heard you. I'm just sorry.
Okay, you want me?
Hold them just like this. Okay. Just like that. There you go. Remember, yours is on bottom, mine's on top. Yours is in front, mine's on back. 1, 2, 3. Just like that. You go ahead and let go. Want to see it one-handed?
Yeah.
Yeah? It'd be really cool if it actually worked one-handed, but it doesn't. Here we go. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, just like that. Thank you. 1. That's 2. For the camera crew at home. Here we go.
Oh,
wow.
Sweet.
And that is the ancient miracle of the Chinese linking rings. Thank you. And you, sir. Oh, thank you. Borrow one of you? Okay. Have you ever seen one of these before? Exactly.
That was going to be my guess.
Go and hold your hand. What's your name? Lynn, go and hold on to this lid, and I'm placing it in your hand. I want you to squeeze really tight, make sure nothing. Did I drop it? That's okay. I've got another one right here. Go and hold on to this squeeze really tight. Make sure nothing happens to it. I'm going to make it disappear from your hand, okay? See, it worked already. And hold on to that squeeze really tight. Your hand got grab onto it. Squeeze, Lynn. Don't let go of my finger though. That's a different trick. My uncle taught me that other trick. Turn your hand over. I've got another one right here. Watch closely. Just like that. It disappears from my hand. Pops into yours. Don't open your hand.
Oh!
And if the ground wasn't there, that would have fallen for miles. Did you want to give it a try?
Yeah.
Okay. Then hold out your hand. I'm going to place both of these in your hand. I want you to squeeze really tight. Turn your hand over. I've got another one right here. Watch closely. But don't watch too closely. It's a magic trick. Figure it out for fun. Okay? Just like that. Here's from my hand. Hops into yours. Don't open your hand.
Oh! 3.
We'll do it a little differently, okay? We're going to place one of them in your hand.
Okay.
Squeeze tight. Turn your hand over. We're going to place 2 of them in your hand. Squeeze tight. Turn your hand over. I'm going to make one disappear from your hand and appear in yours on the count of 3. Ready? 1. Sorry, I would like all of you. Man, have one of you guys. Right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. How many did you have? Now, would you like to see how it works, or would you like to see something that confuses you? Something that confuses me? Okay. This is what's really confusing. We're going to put those right there. If I take 1, 2 of them, put them in my hand, the third one goes into my pocket. That leaves how many in my hand? 2. See, that's why I'm confused. It should be 2.
Oh my goodness, it's 3.
Here, I'll try it.
Oh.
And you said you were going to be the heckler. Here, I'll try it again. There we go. Stay. Go 1, 2, the third one goes into the pocket. That makes how many in the hand? 2. It should be 2, but there's 3. It's so weird.
That's so weird.
We'll try it again. That's 1, that's 2, the third one goes into the pocket. That makes how many in the hand? 3. See, how are you knowing this? Let's try it one more time. That's 1, that's 2, third one goes into the pocket. That makes how many in the hand? 3.
Oh.
Huh.
What do you think?
That's a little weird.
What?
You know what this is? It's a paddle. I named this paddle Texas. You know why? No, because all my exes. Never mind. Never mind. Bad joke. So I have how many exes here? 3. On each side. 3 on each side, which is a total of 6. What's weird is what happens to one side happens to the other. So if I simply erase one of those X's, just like that, that leaves how many left?
2.
Total.
4.
4, you're paying attention, well done. But remember, a lot of people don't pay attention. We'll start over. Remember we have 3 and 6. So if I take one of the X's and I erase it just like that, that leaves how many left?
2 on each side.
2 on each side, exactly. Here, we'll erase another one right here. Just like that. That leaves how many left?
1 on each side and 2 in total.
2 in total, exactly. Remember, we've already had 2 on that side, and 2 on that side? Yeah, here's what we'll do. We'll erase that one right there. That leaves, you know, I actually don't like that. Oops. There we go. I like it better there, don't you? This looks more aesthetic, I guess. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take those X's, toss it on the stick like that. Want to try it?
No.
No? You want to try it? You want to try it? That's pretty easy. Just take the X, toss it under the paddle. Just toss it under the paddle. Perfect.
Good throw.
Sure you don't want to try? Here, take the X, and toss it under the paddle.
I lost it.
You tossed it really far. Where did you toss it to?
I don't know.
That's okay. We'll draw another one later. Hey, where did she go? Oh, you're not going to play that game? Would you guys like to see the world's most famous trick? I'll come over here so you don't see that. You ready for the beat? Still have my rubber bands in here. I took those off so you wouldn't think I cheated. Huh? We'll put those right there right now. I'll do the rubber band trick next. The world's most famous magic trick.
Yep, rabbit.
The hair out of the hat. Thank you. You're underwhelmed, I can tell. You're like, are you impressed, depressed, suppressed, oppressed, or repressed? Okay, let me get these back on my wrist. I usually don't take them off. Somebody thinks I'm cheating. You can never be sure, that's true. But why would you think a magician of all people would cheat? Gosh, other people's children. So have you ever seen magic of rubber bands before? You know, I just happen to have some rubber bands here. This is called the crazy man. You know why it's called the crazy man handcuffs? Because if you're a crazy man, you wouldn't be able to escape. If you locked in there, I could stretch it, tug it forward, do whatever I want. That's all happen. But if you watch really closely, you can actually see them melt through each other just like that. Here, we're going to get the camera, the magician's point of view. You get to see exactly what I see. Here we go. Am I locked in there okay? No matter which way, stretch, tug, pull, nothing happens. But if you watch closely, you can see them melt through each other, just like that. But here's one to never try at home, unless your parents are not. Ready? Because it stinks. No? Okay. Well, I've got all kinds of fun stuff. You want to see the card trick?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I'm going to bring that table down here so you can see the card trick on the head. You want to gather around and see the card trick?
Yes, I do.
Do you have a favorite TV show? Or cartoon? Project MC Squared. Cool. Do you have a favorite cartoon or TV show or movie? Avatar The Last Airbender. Very nice. What about you? You like watch a lot of cartoons? Cool. Well, I get really bored watching TV days. In fact, one time I got so bored, I drew this guy in the back of the card. He's my assistant, Cardini. My jokes don't get any better than that, ever. I was really, really bored, so I drew him on the back of that card too. Okay, I'll fess up. It was a long program. I drew him on the back of every card in the deck, and if I flip through them really fast, he'll let us he's in a different position in every card in the deck. So if I flip through them really fast, he animates kind of like a cartoon. I warned you. What I'd like somebody to do is go ahead and name a card.
This one.
That one there, the jack?
Yeah.
The jack of spades? Is there any reason why you chose the jack of spades over a more famous card? Like, I don't know, the ace of spades?
No, not really.
Would you like to change your mind to the ace of spades?
No.
No? 5 seconds from now, you can say, darn it, I wish I changed my mind. Watch closely. Cardini is going to find your card. There it is! There it is! Nope, just leave it there. You didn't like that? I told you you'd change your mind. You want to change your mind?
No.
No? Oh, she didn't change her mind. Watch closely. Cardini will reach up, take off his hat, reach into his hat and pull out what you might think is a bunny rabbit, huh? But it's not. It's a card. Wouldn't it be amazing if it was the jack of spades, the same card that you chose? Underwhelmed, I could tell.
More.
More? What makes you think I have more magic?
You're a magician.
That's a great answer. What would you like to see? I've got cards, coins, SpongeBob, rubber bands. I already did the SpongeBob. Do that. Cons, scams, swindles, dice, puzzles.
Anything.
Anything? Want to learn a magic trick? Want to learn how to make a rubber band go through your thumb?
Okay.
Or would you rather make a rubber band jump from fingers to fingers?
Does it hurt?
No, it doesn't. Which one would you like to learn? The fingers? Okay, we're going to give you that so you can practice. Or not, we'll give that to you so you can practice. You want to practice? I'll show you. Do you want to practice? Want to learn it?
I'm worried that it hurts.
It won't hurt, I promise. We'll put that there, and if you change your mind, you can. So here's what I do. I make my bunny ears, and I stick the rubber band on my bunny ears. Then I like to double it up just because I like it a little more taut, being loose as the rubber band. You can if you want, but you're going to need a little bit of stretch. So once it's around your fingers, you're going to open up your hand. You're going to stretch it out from your palm side and stick 1, 2, 3, 4 fingertips in it, and it's going to look like this. You're close. You got it. Now watch what happens when you open your hand. Oh, you pulled your fingers out as you open your hand. That's something I forgot to tell you. Make sure when you open your hand, you open all your fingers at once and don't pull them out like that. Just open them all at once like that. Want to try again?
I think that's
So you do your bunny ears, and then I like doubling it up. But you don't have to double it up if you don't want to. Stretch it out from the palm side, and here's what we're going to do. All right, put it on here. And then stick 4 fingers in just like that. See how they're going around here? Perfect. Put them inside the rubber band. Right in here, all 4 fingers. Nope. Right around. It's like perfect. Put them around. This part right there. And then when you open your hand, you got pretty close though. You got it. It's funny because these rubber bands can go through just about anything.
Can they go through your head? Can they go through your leg?
Here, I'm going to make it go through this ring.
Is that your wedding ring?
That's not my wedding ring.
Is that a magician ring?
Nope, I got that off Wish for like $3. Let me put this ribbon back. Did you make my ring disappear? How am I supposed to do magic if my ring disappeared? Did you make it reappear? Perfect. This is just like the ancient miracle of the Chinese linking rings, only the poor man's version because I'm using a rubber band and a finger ring and already have. Oops. We'll use this one. That's why I carry more. Oh, thank you.
There's another.
Oh, thank you. That one came out of my nose.
They're even more disgusting than me. I don't know.
1, 2. You know how it works? A little bit. You know how it works? There's a hole in the ring. Yeah, see? Right there. Hole. Hole. I told you it don't get any better. And it disappeared. Thank you. I know what you're thinking. Did you know that I know what you're thinking? You're thinking, more! No?
I think I have a magic trick that I want to do.
Okay, what magic trick do you want me to do?
Yeah, close my mouth.
Ooh, that's a good one. I like that magic trick. You ready for me to do the magic trick?
It has nothing to do with cards.
Yeah, it does.
It has nothing to do with cards.
Who would like to select a card for me?
Ta-da-da-da.
Go ahead and select a card. Doesn't matter if I see it, it's not that kind of trick. Remember what it is, show it to everybody else, show it to the camera.
I know. Okay. All right.
And go ahead and tell me when to stop.
Stop.
There. Place your card right there. It's very important to remember what your card is because if you don't, we'll both be very embarrassed. Is your card the bottom card?
No.
No? Is it second from bottom?
No.
No?
I don't know.
Top card?
Yes.
It's the top card. Hang on, that wasn't supposed to be on top. Let's bury it right there in the center there. Go ahead and give it a shuffle.
A shuffle?
Yep, give it a mix, shuffle, cut, whatever you want to do.
Okay. There we go.
Okay, perfect. So as long as your card isn't the top card, we're good to go. We know it's not the
Yeah,
bottom
well,
card.
If it's not the top card, then you don't have a job in July.
If it's not the top card, so what was your card? Okay, go ahead. Bury it in the deck anywhere you want. And make sure it's not the top card. What? Okay, let's try this one more time. Go ahead and tell me when to actually, yeah. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Go ahead and tell me when to stop.
Stop.
Place your card right there. Again, it's very important. Remember what it is because you don't.
You know, dementia is slowly,
Well,
maybe quickly settling in.
Okay.
Da-da-da-da. Okay, well, when we're done, you tell me.
So your card's on top.
Oh.
We're gonna do it a little differently. We're gonna bend it just like that. So you can see it jump on top. You can see when the magic happened. We're gonna bury it approximately in the center of the deck, and all you have to do is snap it. You see it jump to the top?
Wow, that's magic.
Go ahead and take it. Show everybody.
Da-da-da-da.
Give her a hand.
Where's the band? Where's the band? Okay.
You want to see how it works? You're gonna get mad. Every card in the deck is a 2.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't before.
No, it's not now either. Thank you. What magic trick were you actually thinking of? You want ice cream. You don't want ice cream?
Very good guess. I do want ice cream.
Well, then I read your mind. So what magic trick did you want me to do? I did. I know you want ice cream. I did read your mind. Find out you wanted ice cream, and now you get to tell me what magic trick you want me to do. No? You want to help me with this one and put that card in the deck? But tell me when to stop. There, place it right there. Now, I was doing this trick for a guy once. He actually asked me if he could shuffle the cards. I wouldn't lean on that. Just in case it falls over, I don't know how sturdy this is. And I normally don't let people shuffle the cards, but he had food and I was hungry. And he took some of those cards face up and shuffled them with some of those cards face down. Now, magicians have a term for that. You know what we call this? A mess. We're very technical people, if you haven't noticed. Now, I didn't know what he'd done at this point. Of course, he wasn't about to tell me. And when I looked through the cards, I noticed some of them were face up. I noticed exactly some of them are face down, face up, face down, back to back. I didn't know what to do. So I asked him, what should I do? And he says, Paul. He calls me that because that's my name. He says, Paul, if you're a true magician, you'll be able to figure it out. I thought, you know what? You're right. It blinked. It says no video signal. That's part of a magic trick to distract you while I make dirty work happen over here. All I have to do is snap my fingers. You snap your fingers with me? When you're a jet, you're never mind. Cast a shadow all over the cards, and all of them turn one way, except for one, the two of spades. That is the card that we had. How much more time do I have?
9 hours. 30 minutes.
15 minutes?
15 minutes. Wow, I'm going fast.
Could we ask you
You can ask more questions. Do you want to do, well, you want me to do a coin trick? You want me to do a, oh, you like animals. You want me to do an animal? No, I did the bunny trick.
No.
Remember?
Not the actual bunny, not the hair.
A lot of people are allergic to bunnies. So I don't do work with animals. I do have a bear in my car though.
Show us.
Show it, so my car's way over there. Let's see what else I got.
You have scarves?
Do I have scarves? Not with me.
That's the one flower.
That is an English penny. That is a Benjamin Franklin $50. First magic trick I ever saw was a magician took a coin, he placed it in his hand, and when he waved his hand, just like that. When he waved his hand again and snapped his fingers, you know what happened?
There.
You're close. He got a blister. Don't laugh. Couldn't perform for weeks. Actually, you're exactly right. He did reappear. I thought that was really cool, so I asked him to show me how to do it, and he did. Now I could take a coin, I could hang it right up there, and it'll come out down by my elbow. I could take a coin, I could hang it right up there,
Why do you need this
and
one?
it'll come out down by my other elbow.
Why do you need this one?
I could actually take a coin, I could toss it anywhere I want and have it come out.
I take it.
Anywhere I want. Some people call that a magic trick, but it's not.
Why do you need this one? Why do you need this
I'll show you in a minute. You know what my favorite part of the trick besides the joke is though? The fact that you didn't beat me up for wiping the coin on you. My favorite part of the trick besides the joke is placing the coin in my pocket and having it go straight through my pants, just like that. But a lot of people say Paul. They call me that because that's my name. They say, Paul, can I make a coin vanish? Who would like to make a coin vanish? You haven't participated too much, so I'm going to use you. You want to hold out your hand? I'm going to place this coin in your hand. All you need to do is squeeze tight, make sure nothing happens to you, okay? I know, I'm showing you what you have to do. But thank you for letting people know. Squeeze tight, turn your hand over. I'm going to make that coin disappear from your hand. Don't hurt yourself. Your knuckles are turning white. Hang on. Squeeze tight. That's why I have this one right here. You don't see too many of those too often, do you? It's a 1963 English penny. I'm going to use that to distract you while I take the silver coin out of your hand. Are you squeezing tight? Take the silver coin out, just like that. Show everybody what you got.
Yay!
Like, see how it works? Hold on your hand. Now, if you notice, I don't use a normal $50, do I? It's a Benjamin Franklin $50. It's got Benjamin Franklin on one side, the Liberty Bell on the other. They stopped making those in 1963. Now, because Kennedy, they changed it to the Kennedy $50 after that. Now, if you look really closely, you're going to notice that it's slightly larger than a normal $50. That's the way the trick works.
Can you make that one bigger?
Actually, you know how I conceal this so well? Because it bends.
Oh, I want to bend it.
And all I do is I take it, hold it up, hide it between my fingers. See, some people think it's there. Some people think it's there. It doesn't matter where I hide it because it bends and I can hide it anywhere I want.
Not bending.
It's what?
Not bending.
It's not bending? I bet she could do it. She likes an airbender. No. We'll see it disappear.
I'm not looking, I'm still looking.
You're not looking. Isn't that cool?
No. Hey, I
No, I've got these. You ever seen one of these before?
Yes.
You know what it is?
Isn't it to hold like something with a kite?
It's a washer.
Do it.
Have you seen two of them before? The washers, you know where washers come from?
What?
Washing machines in Washington. I warned you guys. What I'd like someone to do is go and point to one of these washers. Only one of you can point to one of our washers. This one? Okay, we're going to use this one. I want you to hold on to this one super tight in your hand, just like we do the other ones, just like that. Have you ever seen something done with nothing?
No.
No, yes, you have. Somebody said, you know what? I think it'd be really nice to sit on something with a cushion. And they invented a chair, but before that, there was no chair. But here's what we're going to do: something with nothing. The nothing is going to be the hole in this washer. Watch closely. Keep your eye on the hole. Now you see it. Now you don't. Thank you.
Yes. Move all your fingers and just touch
Okay,
your hand.
okay.
Why do I have this time in my hand?
There you go. Don't say I never gave you nothing. Go and open your hand, see what you got. Show everybody.
Two.
Two nothings.
How do you do that, Caitlin?
See, my mom doesn't say what I'm thinking.
You still want ice cream with sprinkles and chocolate. I'm gonna go get some ice cream.
Can you do more coin tricks?
I can do more coin tricks.
Say what I'm thinking. The thing is that I can't wait for my birthday tomorrow. I'll officially do that.
And what do you want for your birthday? Socks, underwear, bedspreads, lampshades.
Actually, I do have bedspreads. Gryffindor bedspreads because I love Harry Potter.
You love Harry Potter?
Yes.
Ooh, I know him. He went to Hogwarts. He told me. He wasn't supposed to tell me. No? Okay. I want to do this one out here so you guys can see a little better. I'm going to use the floor. Okay, you guys see the coins okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Watch closely. You ready? Did you see it?
No.
No? We'll do it again. Did you see it that time?
No.
No? You sure about that?
Wait, what?
What's gone? Oh. Oh. Whoa. So, you got about 5 minutes for questions.
I have $2.
Oh.
I'm ready for questions if you guys want questions. Yes.
Can you read my mind?
You want cake and ice cream.
No.
Yes. Where? Where did I get them? I got these forever. I got them about. I had to order them online because they don't sell anything like this in town. I don't remember. It's been so long.
So Jacob, can you get a picture of the shoe? Ta-da, ta-da.
Ooh, there's even a lock pick next to my shoes. Look at that.
So you're going to ask how long?
Yes.
Since you were 6.
Since I was 6, yes. You know, funny enough, I have a really, really nice set of cups and balls. I started working on a routine, but it's not really my style of magic. I like being surrounded by people, and that one is more of a sit down at the table kind of thing. So I don't actually.
Can you do a magic trick with this?
Nope, there it is. I could drop it on the floor.
That's not a magic trick. Anybody can do that.
Just take it and drop it on the floor.
There it is.
Anybody else have questions? Yes.
How are you?
6'2". So I'm not tall compared to a lot of my friends.
I'm tiny.
You're tall.
No, I'm very.
You're about what? 4'3"?
Where you go? Just there. I can't even reach 4 feet in the floor.
So we're going to take a moment, tall, I think I'm sure. So I just wanted to let everybody know, you at home also, that Tall Paul is going to be joining us. He's going to be joining us on July 25th at the BYO picnic, which, as you said, we will, or as I said, we will be having in Tydex Park, right next to the Natural Museum of History. He'll be joining us. The picnic starts at, oh no, Beth isn't here. The picnic starts at 12 and it'll go till 2:30. Paul will probably be joining us somewhere around 1. Come, bring your children. It's going to be so much fun, and he will do magic tricks right in front of your eyes. So please come. We'll have tables and chairs for those of you that don't want to sit on the ground. So please join us. Paul, do you have any words?
Be kind this day because it's the only day of its kind.
Thank you so much. It's really great. It's great. And you have a fan here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief break for about 10 minutes. At the end of the 10 minutes, actually it's about 7 minutes. At that time, we're going to have Beth Cohen. She'll be joining us and doing some songs. You know her as one of the best in Albuquerque as far as Jewish songs, the klezmer band, all of those things. So during the break, as you know, you can go online, buy a subscription or give a donation, which you can do on PayPal, or you could stop by, give us a check. And the other thing is you can call into the office and talk to them on there. So let's say thank you, Tall Paul. This was great. And we're breaking away for 10 minutes. Talk to you soon. Now? Hello, everyone. We've returned, and of course, the first thing we're going to do is say hello. I'm back. I've had my little rest, drank a little water, and changed my clothes. What do you think of that? Anyway, so we have our nano trivia question. I need to drink some more water. So here's the nano trivia question. Anybody in the audience, please answer it. Can we hear anything from people on Zoom? And what about live stream? Can they attempt to answer via chat? Okay, so we'll see if they can answer via chat. Because I heard we do have people on live stream. All right, here is your question. Name one of the most famous magicians that was Jewish. Betty. Oh, you got it fast. I don't know if this is fair. They got 2 baskets. Houdini is correct. So, who's our basket person?
Your basket person. You can donate it to someone with an orange shirt on.
Susie has put in a bid for the,
Nice.
very pretty.
I'll buy it from you if you donate it to the cause for $50.
Oh, jeez.
Is that good? Okay, thank you. $50 to the synagogue. Or to our what do you call it? Our telethon here. My checkbook, I left it at home though. Oh.
What? So Houdini was from Appleton, Wisconsin. Is that how you knew the answer? Are you from Wisconsin? Oh my gosh. His father, well, I'm going to have, and here's a little history about Houdini. Houdini's father was a rabbi. Amazing. And Harvey and Betty visited his house. Keith, the last name is Harvey. Okay, I blew it. I do that a lot. Keith and Betty. Thank you. Okay.
Betty Harvey.
Yes. Okay, am I on one? All right. So we're going to talk to Beth Cohen. We know her very well, as many of you do. This is the lovely Beth. She's going to play some music for us. But the first thing we're going to do is talk to Beth about all those different things, like where she came from, where did she study, those things. So let me start with that. So Beth, here, come over here.
Oh, I'm on this mic now. Okay, because I have one here. See, I don't know which one.
Which one do you want her on?
She's on the right one. She just needs to be turned on.
Oh, okay.
Can you
I have
show-
one here. Yep. Jimmy got me all hooked up.
Okay.
Ooh, it's hot.
Yes, it is. Do we need to turn this other one on?
Oh, I don't know. It could be because they're too close together.
Okay, is that okay, Jimmy?
How's that? Good?
Okay.
Too loud? No?
Okay, so Beth, tell me where you come from.
Originally, I come from the Boston area, Newton, Massachusetts. And I was actually born in Portland, Maine. And I was adopted when I was 3 days old. So my adoptive parents are my parents, or were of blessed memory, they were. And and I was raised in Newton, we lived in Mattapan for a while, and then we moved to Newton, which was in the suburbs, it's about 7 miles outside of Boston. And I was there until I was about 19 years old.
So I'm assuming somewhere in here that you went to college, or how did you get involved with your musical career?
Well, I've been playing guitar. My parents were not musical. Nobody in my whole family was musical. But they saw that I had a musical gift and love for it, really. I just loved everything. I would sit down at the piano and make up songs when I was like 5 years old, and they sounded pretty good. How'd you do that? Anyway, I love guitar, and I got guitar lessons. I had a little guitar, and I loved singing. And I was in glee club in elementary school, and we actually had a guitar club, and then I got private lessons on classical guitar. And later on, I took up piano. I got piano lessons. So my parents, even though they loved music, but they were not musicals. But they were very aware of my love for it, and thank goodness, grateful, provided me with the lessons and the instruments and the background. So I've been doing it since I was like 7 years old. Seriously, taking lessons, various things.
Did you make the Did you make the decision to go to music school?
I did, but that's where my parents drew the line. They said, "What, are you crazy? You can't make a living doing that. It's fine if you want to do it for fun." So I went to a junior college, liberal arts school right out of high school, and trying to find something else to do, even though I did get a scholarship to Boston University in the music program, but my parents were just very old-fashioned and were not supportive of that. So, but later on, I moved here to New Mexico. I fell in love with the West, started living in California, family in San Diego and Los Angeles. Came through New Mexico a couple of times on the way, and Colorado as well, and just fell in love out here. And I was really tired of that East Coast winter and just getting around in that mess. As hard as it was for me to be for my family, but I moved here, started going to school part-time, and inched my way into the music program here at UNM.
Very nice. Yeah. Now, here's my big question. I've been leading up to this. Somehow you got involved with Jewish music. You got involved with klezmer, Jewish music, a whole variety of, I call it world music, but Ukrainian, I know you play the balalaika, and a little bit, and you do many different styles that come from the Slavic area, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so how did that happen?
Well, my mother did have a lovely voice, even though she said she wasn't musical, but she did, and she used to. Her father was a big music lover. He used to go to all the Yiddish theater in Boston. They had like a tent in Mattapan up in the park on Bluegill Avenue. Very famous place that had Yiddish. They used to hear all the famous, and I had my grandfather's opera glasses that he used to bring to see the Yiddish theater. And I never got to meet my Zadie or any of my grandparents, but I've heard great stories from them and about them. And he had all kinds of records, and he and his wife, my grandmother, spoke Yiddish and Russian. And my mother, actually, and her brothers all learned how to speak Yiddish, even though that wasn't really a common thing. Usually the parents wouldn't teach it, but they were a little older generation, so she did get the Yiddish. So I grew up hearing Yiddish spoken. I didn't learn it. And also my mom used to know a few parts of some Yiddish and Russian songs. So she used to sing the song Kalinka to me, just a little bit at night. It was kind of like a lullaby. And it was like, Kalinka, Kalinka, Kalinka Maya, Sadu Yagda Malinka, Malinka Maya. It's about the snowball bush and a raspberry bush, and it's like, So anyway, I grew up knowing some of these little bits and pieces of Russian songs and Yiddish songs, and she used to sing a great Yossel Yossel. I've got a recording of her singing it. And then, as I got older, I became interested in world music and folk music, actually, and Irish music. Grew up in Boston. I had a lot of Irish friends. And I took up the mandolin, and I wanted to learn. I loved the Irish fiddle tunes, and I started going to some sessions. And it was there that I met the klezmer musicians. They said, oh, you're Jewish, you know, and you might want to come to these klezmer jams too. So I went to a few klezmer jams, and it was with some of the original klezmer conservatory band with, because that was way back. I was like 19, 20. And then I moved out west, and I moved here and I heard Stirka. There was a women's Balkan chorus, and I joined that group in 1983. I auditioned, and we used to sing a lot of Russian and Yiddish, and we used to perform sometimes with the New Shtetl band, which was a big klezmer band here many years ago. And the director of that band, Stu Mena, the clarinetist, was married to the director of Stirka. So we used to do some big joint shows and concerts and stuff together. So yeah, just kind of all, one little link leading to another.
A little bit about Beth and where she's going to fit into the Bnai Israel lineup of different artists. So Beth, the first thing that we're going to see Beth do is our donor appreciation brunch. So this, once again, this is on August 1st. And for the top 10 donors for the pledge drive, they will be invited to this brunch, which is a Russian theme. I think I've mentioned this already, with actual Russian food, Russian food that we've made. And just a little note, Lynn Freeman and I have been spending a month doing research on Russian food, what we're gonna do, caviar, are we gonna do caviar, all of those different little things. A little side note on caviar. So traditional caviar comes from a sturgeon. And so therefore a sturgeon is not kosher because it doesn't have scales. So you can't have that kind of a caviar, which is fine with me because it costs like $200–300. What we are going to have is trout caviar, and it's just as good. And it'll be nice to have that, I love caviar, or I love little fish eggs. I love roe. So please join us for that particular brunch. It's going to be very fun, very fun. So that's a little bit about that. The next one I'm very excited about, and that is the Sukkot celebration. Sukkot is on September 25th. This is an extraordinary event that I love to present. Basically, we'll be doing Sukkot. We'll be having a full falafel bar. This is free for those people who are subscribers. We will be dancing. And one of the marvelous things is we will have Beth's klezmer band there. And I think we're going to have you there for about an hour or so. So we'll be able to dance under the stars. It's going to be just marvelous. Please put this on your calendar. So at this time, hold on, let me make sure where our time is. Hey, we've had to watch this.
I bet, yeah, you're doing great.
So we're gonna let you perform, or please perform for us. Can you tell me a little bit of what kind of a selection you've chosen for today?
Well, I wasn't sure until I saw how you announced me. It was music for everyone, and I thought, well, little kids, Yiddish, things of Ladino, maybe a little liturgical something, So I have. We'll start off with a version of Mizrahi melody for Hine Matov U'Manayim, and I wrote an English version that goes with that, and I wanted it to be participatory too.
So that means you want us to sing.
Yes, please sing with me and clap and dance if you want. And then I have a Yiddish song called Kartoffeln, which is potatoes. And it's a song, you're making the potatoes. Whoever can drops the sack of potatoes or knocks over the dishes, has to peel the potatoes for the, I can't remember what, they're not making latkes, what are they making? Knishes, they're making knishes.
Well, I'm looking forward to this. I won't bother you anymore.
You're not bothering me. This is nice. I can sit here and talk all day and I want to know more about you.
This is not my segment. So I'm going to let you go. Everybody, Beth Coleman.
Thank you. It's such a treat. What a treat to be here. See you all in person. And, I miss everybody. Miss all of you. So, how good it is that we're all here together. An appropriate, I'm getting a little bit of feedback here, Jimmy, from my mic. Maybe you could turn it down a little bit. I don't know. Or maybe should I move it down away from my mouth more? Yes. Would that help too? Sorry, I'm just starting to hear a little feedback. Let's see how that is. That's a little better, huh? Yeah, it's all right. Okay, there we go. I think I got it. And this guy doesn't. I don't even know if we know. Thanks. This doesn't want to stay up here. Having some, It's probably fine, but I'm sure you'll hear me all right. We won't worry too much about the tech. I will turn that off though when I pick my banjo up. So please join me. This is from the Psalm 100. Hine Matovu Manayim, how good it is and how pleasant that we are all gathered here together as one. And I wrote a little English version that fits with this melody in particular. It's, oh, how good it is and how pleasant that we are all here as one. And it's a nice little rhythm if you guys want to clap. Oh, I'm still getting a lot of feedback here. Put it down to one. There we go. Clap along. That's our rhythm. Yeah. Oh, how good it is and how pleasant that we are all here as one. Oh, how good it is and how pleasant that we are all here as one. Hine matov umanayim, hine matov umanayim, shevet achim gam yachad. Oh, how good it is and how pleasant that we are all here as one. Oh, how good it is and how pleasant that we are all here as one. Hine matov umanayim, hine matov umanayim, shevet achim gam yachad. Lai, 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 ai, 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 lai, lai, ai, lai, 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 ai, lai, 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 ai, lai, 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 lai. Hine matov umanayim, hine matov umanayim, shevet achim gam yachad. Thank you. I'm going to switch over to my banjo for my klezmer tune. I know usually you think fiddle, clarinet for, but I'm singing too. With my band, actually with my band I usually do play the banjo with this song. And I'm going to follow it, I think, with a little traditional frelichs from Ukrainian frelichs from the Ukraine, or that's what it's called. Oh, and I'm going to turn this up, because this banjo is very loud. So this song is called Kartoffelus. It's about potatoes, kartoffelus. And it's funny, that's actually a Germanic word, and they use, even though the Slavs use that word, Russia, I think they use a different word in Ukraine. I've also heard bulbous in Yiddish. That's another word, bulbous, for potatoes. I think that just kind of means like root vegetables. Not sure. Somebody's looking at me like, I don't know. Is it bulbous?
Well, it's common that potatoes came to the New World, and prior to that, there were no potatoes in Europe.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, when I was in Bulgaria, they used the word kartofle in Bulgaria, which, Bulgarian's a Slavic language. So anyway, I'm just going to sing a few, there's many, many verses as there are to a lot of these Yiddish songs. And it's a fun little song. And I'm going to teach you the chorus. So the chorus says, Freien sich ist gut. It's good to get happy. Freien sich ist gut. It's good, it's gut. Yeah, some people say gut, some people gut. Galicianer, that whole thing. Lubavitcher. Anyway, freien sich ist gut. Freien sich ist gut. Lo mehr sich vergessen. Let's forget ourselves for just 1 minute. I forgot the rest of the thing. Lo mehr sich vergessen. Hutch. Off. Ein. Is it off or off? Get my oif. Oif ein minute. Let's forget ourselves for just 1 minute. Just for a minute. And it's funny, my mother used to say a lot of Yiddish expressions in English. So I remember her saying that when like if we had a big family, like a Seder or family dinner, high holidays, or Rosh Hashanah, and she was trying to get everybody's attention, like, how many canadles does everybody want in their soup or whatever. And people weren't paying attention, and they're like, yeah. She'd clap her hands, she'd say, hey, just a minute here. Can we just forget ourselves for 1 minute here? I have a question. And she would say that in English. It was funny. She wouldn't say it in Yiddish. So when I saw the song, I said, oh, that's my mom. Lomer sich vergessen. Let's try that one. Lomer sich vergessen. Hotch oif ein minute. Yeah, for just a little minute, for 1 minute. Let's just forget it. And we'll learn a little melody. So let's try the melody. Freien sich ist gut, freien sich ist gut. Let's try that much. Everybody with me. Freien sich ist gut, freien sich ist gut. All right, next part. Lo mehr sich vergessen, lo mehr sich vergessen. Hotch auf ein Minute. Yeah, hotch oif ein minute. Hotch oif ein minute. Let's try that whole thing together a couple of times. Here we go. Ready? And if you can't, you can sing line. Clap your hands. It doesn't really matter if you get the words right. Okay? Freien sich ist gut, freien sich ist gut. Lo mehr sich vergessen. Hotch oif ein minute. Freien sich ist gut, freien sich ist gut. Lo mehr sich vergessen. Hotch oif ein minute. Once more. Freien sich ist gut, freien sich ist gut. Lo mehr sich vergessen. Hotch oif ein minute. Freien sich ist gut, freien sich ist gut. Lo mehr sich vergessen. Hotch oif ein minute. Now I can tell you what the song says. I forgot about that part. So we're going to say, first, old man life is such a grouch. Never stops nipping and whipping at us. But let's take a glass and drink a l'chaim. Everybody shove together, grab the sack, pour the potatoes till the dishes start to tremble. And anyone who breaks the dishes has to peel and cook the potatoes. Peel potatoes, cook the knishes. We'll eat and drink and we'll be merry. Hey, it's good to get happy. Freien sich ist gut. All right? Next verse. Hearts grow full of bitter grudges. Old wives lament Jewish sorrow. Young eyes flashing with lightning. Let's not just sit here and die. Grab the sack, pour the potatoes till the dishes tremble, and so on. It's good to get happy. Worries go, troubles come. So do the good times and the joys. Though we're soaked in blood and tears, let's still tilt the glasses, bottoms up, grab the sack of potatoes till the dishes start to tremble, and so forth. So it's a song about, okay, there's all these terrible things, but we have each other, we can still make merry and have a good time together. And we have each other. So I think we've kind of just learned that. We should have a COVID verse in there. Maybe I'll get someone to help me write one in Yiddish. I know just the person. Here we go. Freien sich es geht. Freien sich es geht. Freien sich es geht. Lass mir sich vergessen. Hat schäufen die nicht. Freien sich es geht. Freien sich es geht. Lass mir sich vergessen. Hat schäufen die nicht. Fette Leben ist a Kasse. Het niet Teufel klappen schmassen. Lebt der Gläsel trick lachaien. Lass mir alle in einem schreien. Holt dem Sach und schied Kartoffels. Sollen sitter in die Toffels. Wer die Toffels hat zerbrochen. So Kartoffels schälen kochen. Kartoffels schälen Knisches machen. Wollen wir essen, trinken, lachen. Hey, 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 hey. Freien sich es geht. Freien sich es geht. Lass mir sich vergessen. Hat schäufen die nicht. Freien sich es geht. Freien sich es geht. Lass mir sich vergessen. Hat schäufen die nicht. Wäre Herzen für mich Sinnes. Alte Weiben sorgen keines. Jingen Augen schießen blitzen. Lass mir euch nie Läden sitzen. Holt dem Sach und schick Kartoffels. Soll es sitter die Toffels. Wer die Toffels hat zerbrochen. So Kartoffels schälen kochen. Kartoffels schälen Knisches machen. Weil wir essen, trinken, lachen. Hey, 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 hey. Freien sich es geht. Freien sich es geht. Lass mir sich vergessen. Hat schäufen die nicht. Freien sich es geht. Freien sich es geht. Lass mir sich vergessen. Hat schäufen die nicht. Gehen Sures kommen Leiden. Und des Sirches mit dir Frieden. Angewegten Bluten Tränen. Lass mir gläslich überkehren. Holt dem Sach und schied Kartoffels. Sollen sitter die Toffels. Wer die Toffels hat zerbrochen. So Kartoffels schälen kochen. Kartoffels schälen Knisches machen. Wollen wir essen, trinken, lachen. Hey, 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 hey. Freien sich es geht. Freien sich es geht. Lass mir sich vergessen. Hat schäufen die nicht. Freien sich es geht. Freien sich es geht. Lass mir sich vergessen. Hat schäufen die nicht. That's a fun one. And that's one we do with the band. And it kind of goes on and on, you know, dancing. It's a great dance number. It's very fun. Thank you for sharing that one with me. It's great. So now we're going to Israel, one of my favorite Israeli songs. And I didn't mention either, in Hebrew school, I went to Temple Emmanuel, a conservative synagogue in Newton, Mass. We had a wonderful cantor there, an older cantor from the old country. He spoke Yiddish, Cantor Hochberg, of blessed memory. And then we had this wonderful he was like a cantor in training, and he was from Israel, and we used to do, and the two of them, when they got together, it was so cool. And like at Sunday school, we would have lots of singing and Israeli folk dancing, and we had really wonderful music there, so I was really blessed to have that experience. So I think that kind of drew me as well. I've always had the Jewish and Hebrew and liturgical and Israeli folk dance music in my background, so I've been lucky to have that as well. So I wanted to share, this is my favorite song, one of my favorite songs, Erev Shel Shoshanim. Popular from like the 60s maybe, 50s maybe. I didn't write who wrote it. M. Dor, Y. Hadar, there it is. So, written by, I don't even know who they are, but I know it's been recorded by a million different people. And I learned a lovely little, I hope I remembered, I was practicing while I was waiting. There's a hand dance, and hand dancing is actually very common amongst Yemenite Jewish women, and they have like special like kitchen songs, and they do, so this is kind of based on that. It's a choreographed version of, so there's some Yemenite music movements, but there's also a lot of, just Israeli folk dance kinds of movements as well. And I learned this from Steve Weintraub at Albuquerque, the very first time we had a dance teacher there back, it was like almost 20 years ago. And he taught this to us, so hopefully I'll get, I gotta get a starting note, but let's see. Let's say some note, okay. So I'll teach this to, and I keep forgetting, I'm sorry people on Zoom, I don't mean to ignore you, I see the camera out there, I have this lovely audience here too with live people. So I know you're out there too. So you can learn this as well. So the movement is Erev Shel Shoshanim. So it's kind of, Steve used to say, oh, it's like Jewish itsy bitsy spider. Right, so we've got one to one side, one, and then 1, 2, 3. And then we do it again. So down to the side, side, and then up, up, up. So that's the first part, yeah. So Erev Shel Shoshanim Netzena El Habustan. And then, then that one hand comes down more, and the crossover Bisamin. Ooh, 1, 2, 3, and then come back the other way. L'raglech miftan. And then we sing the same words, but then we do something different. Then we pick a flower. Erev Shel Shoshanim, and then our other hand picks it. Netzena bustan, and then we do a circle around it. Mor besamin, ooh, and then 1, 2, l'raglech, and then a sunrise. Miftan, and then we come down and make a basket. And now we're going to pick some flowers. Laila yured le'an, v'ruach shoshan oshva. And working in the garden is kind of dirty work. I was working in my garden this morning. That's how I got these scratches. So we're going to wipe our hand on our pants here. I forgot the words. Oh yeah. Haval hashlach shir balat. And then we circle. Zemer shel ava. And that's the whole thing. I'll do it a couple of times. Yeah. I'm just going to do the one verse. Are we doing okay on time, or am I running out here? Doing fine. I have no idea when I'm supposed to stop, or you give me the high sign, okay? All right, so here we go. We're going to start with our itsy bitsy spider, right? Erev Shel Shoshanim נצא על הבוסתן, מור בסמין ולבונה, לרגלך מפתן, ערב של שושנים, נצא על הבוסתן, מור בסמין ולבונה, לרגלך מפתן, לילה יורד לאט, ורוח שושן נושבה, הבה אל השלך שיר בלד, זמר של אהבה. ערב של שושנים, נצא על הבוסתן, מור בסמין ולבונה, לרגלך מפתן, לילה ערב של שושנים, נצא על הבוסתן, מור בסמין ולבונה, לרגלך מפתן, לילה יורד לאט, ורוח שושן נושבה, הבה אל השלך שיר בלד, זמר של אהבה. Isn't that cool? Yeah. I know I always get the flowers mixed up because whenever you pick one flower from your hand, and then the other one you make the basket and pick flowers and fruit or whatever. Yeah. I love that though. Thank you, Steve, for teaching me that. Okay, now we have another one of my favorite songs. Very famous, I'm sure you all know this. Cuando el Rey Nimrod, or also known as Avram Avinu, very popular Sephardic song in Ladino. When King Nimrod went out into the fields, he looked up into the heavens and he saw a holy light above the Jewish quarter, a sign that Abraham, our father, was about to be born. Abraham, our father, Avram Avinu, beloved father, light of Israel, let us greet the Godfather and also the Moil. May the Moshiach come to redeem all of the people. I think I'm going to need words for this. I haven't done this one for a while. I think I know it. And this also works at Nahalat Shalom. We like to sing Shalom Aleichem to this melody. I don't know if you've ever done that. So Cuando Rey Nimrod, Shalom Aleichem, Malachei Hasharet, Malachei Elyon. Anyway, so same melody works really well for Shalom Aleichem if you want to try it sometime. We're going to sing Cuando el Rey Nimrod right now. Cuando el Rey Nimrod al campo salía, miraba en el cielo y en la estrellería, vi una luz santa en la judería que había de nacer Abraham Avinu. Everyone, Abraham Avinu, Padre querido, Padre bendito, luz de Israel. Abraham Avinu, Padre querido, Padre bendito, luz de Israel. Saludemos ahora al Señor parido, que le sea este nacido, Eliyahu Hanavi, nos sea parecido y daremos honores al verdadero. Abraham vino, Padre querido, Padre bendito, luz de Israel. Abraham vino, Padre querido, Padre bendito, luz de Israel. Saludemos al compadre y también al Noel, que le quedes por Sejú, nos venga el Goel y rigma a todo Israel. Cierto lo haremos al verdadero. Abraham vino, Padre querido, Padre bendito, luz de Israel. Abraham vino, Padre querido, Padre bendito, luz de Israel. Thank you. This has been a treat for me too. Thanks for inviting me to do this.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure we clear something up. I think I remember you said that you couldn't play for us on
August 1st. I said if there's any time in August that I cannot do, I could do all of August except for August 1st. I know when you said that, I was like, oh no, I hope she just misread that.
No, I remember we had to change the date because there was another event going on. So yeah, I know we're gonna miss having you.
Yeah, me too.
Well, we'll have her a different time. Do you agree?
Yeah,
This
I'd
was
love
just
to.
wonderful. I really enjoyed
It's
it.
my honor. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, and I love this community. I mean, I feel as much a part of Congregation Bnai Israel as I do Nahal and Shalom. I've been involved with this community many years in many different ways. Cantor Josh, oh my God, I can't think of his name. Perlman, thank you. I was just talking to my friend Josh Horowitz earlier today, so I had Horowitz in the brain. Sorry. Perlman, he's the first cantor I ever studied with. And I remember he taught me how to chant the whole Haggadah. That was my first lesson with him.
Oh my God. So, does anybody have any questions? Yes, Susie. So Susie has asked, what was the name of the song where we did all of the hand motions?
Erev Shoshanim. And I always forget to give translations. I think, oh, everybody knows what it means.
So what Susie said is she really wants to know because it just really calmed her. Is that close enough?
Isn't that? Me too. I felt, yeah, it is kind of like a meditate. It's beautiful too. Yeah, I feel that way too. You know, maybe I'll get my band. We do it with the Rebbe's Orchestra, and we've done it in concert. Maybe we can I don't think anybody has it on YouTube. Or I'll look around. But the song, yeah. I mean, the whole hand thing. You could find a million lovely recordings. I think Oprah Haza did an amazing job singing this, and yeah, there's a lot of different versions. But it's an evening fragrant with roses, Erev Shel Shoshanim. Yeah.
It is just beautiful. So we're getting ready to take our break. We're going to have a 10-minute break, as you know. And at the end, at about 7-minute mark, please rejoin us. We will be having our nano questions, and I'm going to throw both Harveys out. They are not allowed to answer another question. Anyway, so just for everybody's information, I'll give you our last count, 5,252.
Wow.
So we're doing extremely well.
Yes.
So I want to thank everybody. We're going to take a break, For you there on live stream and on Zoom, we'll see you in about 7-8 minutes. Talk to you soon.
For helping with all the
Performance will be, has been
Silence.
Hello, it's Misha Salsetta Albuquerque again, and I want to thank you for watching us. We're here on our last segment, and the last segment is about the education programs here at Congregation Bnai Israel.
Misha, you gotta turn on your mic. The bottom. You gotta start over.
I'm on.
You're not. The bottom and the top.
Okay, so I have run out of battery. Okay. We'll share. So, they're going to get ready. Hi, I'm Misha Salsetta Albuquerque, and we're at the last segment of the first official annual pledge drive, online and live. We're so glad that you've stayed with us during the day, or maybe you've popped in for one segment and popped in for and then left and came back for another segment. We have done really well. We've done over $5,000, so that's going to make such a difference over in the future. A couple of things. This week and next week, please send in your checks or contact Anna in the office so that we can take your credit card. We will be, as I said, we'll be taking checks for the next 2 weeks. You can still come to one of the events, but you will have to pay the price at the front door to enter into the event. Please, we encourage you to pay for your subscription before, because the door price will be more. Once again, many times the subscription price will not only pay for your entrance in, it pays for food and entertainment. So we hope that you will once again join us and send in your subscriptions. This particular segment has to do with Hebrew education. You may have heard me say that a little bit more. And we have all the young people's education, which is Steve Diamond and Sarah Eagleman. I blew that once. They're going to talk about the youth education program. And next to me is Susie Savage. She's going to talk about the adult education program. The reason I want to talk about both of these is that the programming will be interacting and providing support for them in a variety of different ways. Let me hand it over to Steve and Sarah. We'll let them share the mic, and they'll answer some questions that I have for them. So, here we go.
So my name is Steve Diamond, and I'm on the Board of Trustees. I am the Education Chair, so my main duties are to work with the Academy of Jewish Learning, which is run by Sarah Eagleman, and to help make sure that our children get the best Jewish education possible. My family and I have been in Albuquerque for about 8.5 years now. We moved here from the East Coast. We were living in New York. I had a friend that recommended that I come work with him at the district attorney's offices, which is where I work. And we thought we would come here for 2 or 3 years, and now 8 years later, we're still here, and we plan on sticking around for a while. Growing up, my parents sort of always instilled upon me the importance of belonging to a synagogue, because at synagogues, there's a lot of the community. A lot of things happen, and if you want to be a part of everything that's going on, and if you always want something there for you, you have to kind of be there for that. So when we moved here, we thought it was important to join a synagogue, and B'nai just was a good fit for us. My children went through the preschool, and we used to have a preschool here, and they're now at the Academy of Jewish Learning now, which is our religious school. And a few years ago, I was approached to be on the Board of Trustees, and it made sense that since I have kids at the religious school, that I take on the duties of the education chair. And I want to make sure that I have a good place for my kids to learn Judaism, and then also make sure that it is there for future generations as well. So that's kind of what brought me to Albuquerque, brought me to Bnai Israel, and brought me to my current position on the board. And here is Sarah.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Eagleman, and as was mentioned, I'm the director of the Academy of Jewish Learning here at Bnai Israel. I just finished my first year as the director, although I've been teaching here at Bnai, at the school, and in other capacities for over 10 years. When there was the preschool, I taught the Torah time, I've taught adult education here, and for a long time I've been the teacher or co-teacher of our 3-year confirmation program. That's our students 8th through 10th grade. And I'm a member here. My 2 daughters grew up here. They're still growing up here. Both bat mitzvahed, one confirmed here. And so I'm happy to be involved officially and as a parent and congregant with the school and adult education as well here.
So let's hear from Susie. Susie is taking care of she's our spokesperson for adult education. We're sorry, in the shofar it shows Doris Duhig, but she couldn't join us today. She had a conflicting appointment. So instead, we're going to be talking to Susie. Susie, why don't you tell us a little bit about your past?
I don't know. About my past. Well, I've been in New Mexico for a few years. I wasn't really prepared to talk about my past.
Is it that checkered?
It's very checkered. But let's see, what can I say about it? Well, I have become involved with Bnai Israel this past year, and I'm a member here, and I love being part of it. It's brought so many good things into my life, and oddly enough, because of COVID, I've been able to develop some absolutely wonderful friendships on Zoom, which I know a lot of people are kind of tired of Zooming, but I love it. It's been so great to be able to attend all the educational things that we've been doing, which is what I'm here to talk about.
Yes. So let's talk about that. First, I think it's very unusual. It's a very different experience for the Hebrew school, what you went through with Zoom, and then what the adult education went through with Zoom. So why don't you tell us a little bit about that? I'd like to know, how did it affect you? How long did you have to come up with solutions? And how is it going to affect this year and continuing on?
So I guess COVID happened, March of last year, and that was near the end of school. And I think we started with a few Zoom sessions. We had to figure out how Zoom worked, because most of us didn't know how it worked at that point in time. We had a different director of the religious school at that time, but she helped us get a few Zoom sessions going. But it was pretty. It was just kind of just to let people see each other again, basically. I think we tried to do some education, but the main focus was just on feeling connected with each other at that point. And then over the summer, Sarah took over as our religious director, and she, I think you have a lot of knowledge about. You work at CNN, and had a lot of experience dealing with online education and with video conferencing. So that was a big help for us. But we first had to make the decision, what are we going to do? And it quickly became apparent that we would have to at least begin the school year online, and that we wouldn't be able to meet in person. And we've just been doing online for the whole year. So obviously that was a big change from what we've done. But Sarah was great in just jumping in and setting up a whole online curriculum, making sure that our teachers felt comfortable with that, getting them professional development on how to teach in an online setting as opposed to an in-person setting. And also, I think it was great because although I think we'd all have rather been in person, it did open up some opportunities for us. We were able to bring in guest teachers from other areas of the country who weren't in Albuquerque to teach because they could do it online. We did a tour of a museum in New York, an online virtual tour of a museum in New York, which we obviously couldn't do if we were here in person. So we tried to, I guess, make lemonade out of lemons and utilize the online format to do some nice things that we couldn't normally do. And it was, I think we made the best of obviously a difficult situation for not just us, but for the whole, the whole nation, the whole world. But without Sarah, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So I really have a big thank you to her. And I think it's been, we did the best we could, and I think it's been a good experience for our children this past year.
Yeah, we just had to pivot to online learning like everyone else, and we did some really fun stuff that was what I hoped was just to keep all the students connected to their teachers, connected to Bnai Israel, even if it wasn't physically in this building, and to really model resilience and to really model that we put the health of our community and ourselves as a priority, and that we sometimes have to give things up in order to have a positive long-term return. A lot with our students, and we looked for places where we could do some innovative things. The museum tour, we Zoomed with people in Israel, with people in Atlanta, Georgia. We had dance parties. We did all kinds of stuff to make it as fun as possible. Moving forward next year, we're looking forward to being in person on Sundays, probably online during the week again, and taking all the things we learned about online learning and continuing to utilize those innovations and having some of those tools at the ready for ourselves, but also return to the fun community feel of being together on Sunday mornings and just expanding the school in some, I hope, really interesting and innovative ways.
It sounds for the two of you, Steve and Sarah, that you really put your heads together to try and come up with a great program. I have a couple of fact-finding questions. I hope they aren't too difficult. Okay, yeah, so one of the things is I know the public schools had problems with Zoom. They had problems where students just didn't show up and didn't show up for a whole semester. Did you have that problem with the Hebrew school?
Well, one thing we had to do was make sure that everyone had the technology, both the device and Wi-Fi. Most of our families were able to get linked in some way, so we were privileged in that way. That didn't mean everyone's internet connection was stable. Mine went out all the time, whether I was the host of the Zoom or whether I was teaching, and people blinked in and out here and there. We had some students that stepped back a little bit from attendance because they were all going to school online all day. And then we were asking them to come for these additional hours twice a week, and it was really hard. So we were very patient, we were compassionate, we didn't worry about attendance, we just wanted to make sure everybody was okay. And we altered the lessons that we did so that if people were missing or if the internet connection was unstable one night, no one was being left behind at all. And that it continued to be a really supportive and welcoming place that we hoped students wanted to go, even if they were tired.
That is just great. Yes, it is inspirational.
That was the goal. Now, if you polled all the kids, that's, this is adults talking about what we were doing. I'm sure they were Right. Yes, they may have been a little bit more annoyed with it than we were, but I think it went well. I think we actually ended up gaining new students this year. We had new families come into the school, so I think what we were doing was working fairly well. I was happy about it.
So when you say, this is an intriguing question for me, because I was concerned, of course, that we would lose students. The students we had would goof around or not be very interested. And you're right, after taking online school classes for hours, the last thing they wanted to do was spend time being on Zoom for the Hebrew classes. But you just said that you did gain some additional students. Did this come from other synagogues, or were they people that moved here?
I think from other synagogues, and I think it is less connected to COVID this particular year, because all the schools in Albuquerque were online. Pretty much all the schools around the country were online, at least in the beginning. I think it is just the natural bounce that we see of families between the religious schools in town. There is a sort of little trickle of families that move around on a very regular basis, and so we just happen to be on the receiving end of some of that movement this year. Hopefully what we did was awesome enough and the families are happy enough that we will see them next year and into the future as well.
Oh, great. Now, for adult education, it was a whole different ballgame. It was. So let's...
And thank you to Rabbi Gartenberg. Well, he was very tech savvy to begin with, and that really helped pull our adult program together. And I'm just trying to think of, let's see, we started, the adult education started in, I'm looking at my notes here, with the Joseph story. That was the Torah studies. And at first it was in person, and then we went to Zoom, and we spent almost an entire year studying the Joseph story. We had lots of homework to read. Yeah, we had assignments. And we found that this little Zoom community, we really became a cohesive group. And as a result, when we would brainstorm about what we'd be interested in hearing next, of course, all the political issues that were going around in the country and here and around the world in Israel brought out so many topics. And so we were able to, Rabbi Gartenberg came up with some really fantastic classes that we all really enjoyed. I was going to just mention a few. We had one called Can the Center Hold? And you're wondering, well, first of all, what's the center and what on earth do you mean? And it was understanding contemporary Jewish divisions, reading and discussing the current state of world Jewry, and focusing on conservative Judaism. And it was a fascinating group of classes. Most of the time we have about 6 to 8 at a time, 6 to 8 class sessions for each subject. Lots of reading required, lots of current events. The group of people that attended, we'd have as many as 20 people, sometimes maybe only 10, but everybody had a real strong interest in it. And I think because of COVID, being home, you know, we were more likely to go ahead and buy that book that he was recommending and read the chapters. And so many of us, you know, you could either cook or you could, you know, decide to delve into your Jewish history, your Jewish background. So it was really, really fun to do that and fun to make these connections with people that you may have seen in synagogue, but you just didn't get around to developing any kind of relationship for it. And one of the other things that we did that was so great, and I'm hoping that we get some help from this program that we're putting on, and that is we had music as midrash. And it was by Josh Warshansky, a rabbi that interprets prayer through music. And we had a 5-session group on that. We had quite a few. I think we had about 40 people attending that. It was absolutely fabulous. And in fact, we were all able to get recordings of the music that he wrote, and it was a wonderful way to spend some of those Monday COVID nights. You know. Music program, Chava Morel. I think we had her sometime before COVID, and then she did a couple of sessions during the year that was really great. So I guess I'd say yes, being on Zoom was really helpful in a lot of ways. I know for me personally, I live in Rio Rancho, so I was able to do a lot of classes without having to drive. And that, I think some of us really were fortunate for that. Now we're going to be moving into a hybrid. So right now we've already started one of our classes. Let's see which one it was. I think it was that Exploring Jewish Prayer and Spirituality, another class we had, where we meet down here, or up here in the in one of the smaller rooms, and then we also had Zoom, and it worked out really well, so we could share. And let's see, I want to see what other. Okay. Do you want me to talk about the two kind of our two approaches that we have to adult learning?
I think I'm going to take over. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
One of the things I want to take over with is how is the programming initiative going to be involved with the Hebrew school and also adult education. The Hebrew school, I think we're going to make more of an effect on, and that is that we have put down in our schedule a series of 5 different programs. We call them the Youth Art Meet. 5 different programs which are on a Sunday afternoon. The students can stay afterwards, and there will be a little sack lunch, and then they get to be involved with a cultural theme that they will enjoy. Sometimes it's dance, sometimes it's Israeli music, sometimes it's cooking. We will have one session with Tall Paul, lots of different things. Our mission here is to give the students a means of getting together, something fun, and exploring the part of Jewish culture which doesn't involve learning, but experiencing and really having a good time. So I know I talked to Sarah about it, and she felt that my mission was quite brave. But I'm really hoping, I've also designed these so that parents can come to them too, and both parent and young person can have the experience also. So that's going to be something we're trying to do. We're using a spiral approach to our holidays, which is the first thing that will happen will be one of the youth art meets. The second thing that will happen is one of the cooking sessions that we will have on CBI TV. And then the final wonderful festival celebration with one of the holidays. We're really going to go all out for the holidays. The programming initiative is committed to creating memories for not only our members, but for our children. Now, for the adult education, we've made a commitment to 2 different guest speakers, guest lecturers, that will come in and talk to you. Of course, the whole congregation will once again be invited. So I'm hoping those will be things that you'll be interested in. For you, you haven't chosen.
We have not. We're mulling it over. Rabbi has a lot of choices to make, and I know that we're going to do something that the whole congregation is going to want to be here for. Do we have an audience, a question from the audience?
Oh, okay.
I have to say that Zoom has really opened my things that I can look at. And I'm always going to talk about Jewish and not all the other things that you do. I've been exploring synagogues in Chicago, New York, how they run services, how they do it, how the curriculum. And I think that the Zoom is a great way to
So I don't know, for the audience, just so you know, what Keith and Betty were talking about was that Zoom has really opened up different possibilities for them. Keith was saying he was able to find different visuals, let's call it that, different visuals that were very fascinating. The specific one he talked about was a trip to Israel, and he was able to watch what the participants who were tourists were on in Israel.
Just a guy.
It was the tour guide, who was an Israeli, who would put together a Zoom conference, and those people who were at home were able to watch and see. So for many people, Zoom has been a great opportunity. I think one of the strongest things that we'll be working with, and working with the Hebrew education, is that our young students and young people really need to be together a lot this year and developing their community again, and with the influence of the Jewish culture that they can experience and participate in as far as the holidays. So with that, I think we're going to wrap this up. Do either of you have anything else to say?
Well, first I want to thank you for putting this all together, and for the programming committee helping the Academy of Jewish Learning and the education programming at Bnai Israel. It's very important, and they sort of go hand in hand. I mean, you have education, but education is more than just, you know, learning your Hebrew letters and getting ready for Bar Mitzvah. It's creating a community, and programming is a big part of that. And as Dr. Harvey said, and as we talked about before, we once again, we're looking at this past year as an opportunity to continue some of the things that we're doing. For the religious school, we're probably going to go to a hybrid model, not because we need to stay apart, social distance anymore, but because we felt that there's some benefits to the Zoom program for our Tuesday night program. Religious school was on Tuesdays and Sundays, and Tuesdays have always been difficult to get people to get the full attendance. So this year, at least, we're trying to do a shorter Tuesday session, but online, so people who have soccer practice on Tuesdays can maybe log in for some or all of religious school where they couldn't have gotten across town in time to do it. And it just helps working parents be able to get their kids to participate. So I think that as bad as this year has been, it has at least kind of pushed us technologically to try some new things and to kind of open up and experiment with probably what's the future of education in general, which is an online component.
Great, Steve. Thank you so much. Anything more from the rest of you?
No, I was just going to publicly thank the Education Committee, led by Steve, all the congregants. I think all the committee chairs, we do a great job here supporting our students. And this summer, there's an online Hebrew refresher or review class for students who are between the ages or 3rd grade through 7th grade. It is free for member families, and for families that are not members of B'nai, their students are welcome to join us for just $36 and check out our school a little bit online and meet some of our teachers. And next year we just plan on continuing doing the awesome work that this congregation has done for a century. Hebrew, liturgy, culture, art, history, ethics, text, all of it. Learning to blow shofar with Dr. Harvey. All of the great things that we were able to do this year continues next year. So I look forward to seeing everybody in class on Sunday mornings.
So we're wrapping up. Thank you so much for joining us. One note, each one of these segments will be pulled apart, will be made separate, and be available to you on eBlast, so you can see one of the different segments as you wish. I hope that you will put the link in for the education. This was fascinating, and I know a lot of parents will really enjoy looking at this. With that, we are wrapping up. Thank you so much for attending the... Excuse me.
I wanted to say one last thing.
Okay, I am sorry.
That's all right. I just wanted to let everyone know that the adult education portion of our program is to really deepen their relationship with Judaism and just bring it home. You know, it's and we also, of course, have a component for those that wish to convert, and that's called the Miller program. It's for both people that would like to convert to Judaism and also those that want to just deepen their understanding and get back to their roots. I know that sometimes you go through a bar mitzvah or a bat mitzvah and that's sort of the end of it. And then as you get older, you realize that there's more to it than that. You want to come back to the tribe, and this is the adult education program provides a step for that. Thank you.
Great, great. So sorry I overlooked you.
That's all right.
You were behind me. So we will see you next year. We'll be in touch with you throughout the year with many of our different programs. We will see you next month, but the pledge drive will see you in a year. There will be a wonderful picnic. Please let us know that you're coming. And don't forget to donate if you haven't. We would love to see you there. So with that, I'm going to wrap it up. Everybody gets to say goodbye. Goodbye. I'd like to thank all of our individuals who helped. Jacob's out there in the audience. We have Jimmy. Say Jimmy. Jimmy, there he is.
Jimmy, but
my
most of
coach.
all, Misha. Thank you, Misha, for putting this together. You've done a
Thank you.
fabulous
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Carrie.
Bye-bye.
Carrie.
We'll see you later.